Yes, halo, karibuni. Nimeshikwa neema nikasema tu acha tu nianzishe haraka. Hata nimewaweka sana. Yeah, yesterday I was not able to do a show. I arrived extremely tired and I was not even able to set. So that is what made us not even have a show yesterday. So we can try to see if we can recover today. So karibuni. I hope umeshinda vizuri and muko na baraka. So I have started calling our series, if you look at the naming, Defeating Ruto Series 1.1. So our series will be, we are having 1.5 years. So I don't know how many shows we are going to have until we defeat Ruto. So our shows will be Defeating Ruto Series 1. So vile unaiona sasa 1-1. So hiyo namba ndio itaenda ikibadilika. So I think our goal is defeating Ruto and we have to defeat him. Unajua hata Biblia inasema print your vision in big letters so that you don't forget it. And a nation without dreams. Let me read the exact verse in the Bible. I think it's a nation without dreams, it perishes. So, yeah, it is somewhere from, it is Proverbs 29:18. Where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he. That's how it is. So we need a vision. So our vision is defeating Ruto, and we have to achieve it. So I will be naming that way, Defeating Ruto Series 1-1. The occasion is Defeating Ruto Series 1-2. So with the remaining days, 365, maybe approximately 365 plus maybe another half. So I'm predicting close to 500 shows like this one of Defeating Ruto. Yeah. Good. So associate my line of analysis with David Wafula. Check his analysis about Rigathi Gachagua and Natembeya. Yeah, Xiomia, we can play it here now that umeamua uli. There is one thing which I want us to now, by the way, there is a poll nimeona wameweka online ati ya Gachagua na Ruto. Although I don't follow Ruto too much, so mimi nataka tumshinde. That is our argument. That is our platform is about defeating Ruto. So nothing else which we, no matter how Ruto might saa zingine might seem to be calculative, strategic, what, we will defeat him. So wacha nitafute huyo Wafula ambaye our dear friend is telling us. We can see what David Wafula is saying. So anaitwa David Wafula. Let me just look for him. It's good to I don't drink water anywhere because I knew they can poison me. State House panic after Gachagua calls Babu Wino on the radio. Yeah, hiyo niliona jana. Yeah, Gachagua alipigia Babu Wino. I think he was calling Baby Top, yule msichana wake. So Ruto and the PS, ni gani hiyo unasema? Ndo natafuta shocking. Natafuta hiyo unasema ya David Wafula talking about Natembeya. Ndio hii. Natembeya does battle with Gachagua and regrets. Ndio hiyo 4 hours ago. Okay, we can listen to that. Yeah, when he said he cannot support Gachagua. So let's see. But Gachagua should also be willing to accept. Hata mtu akisema hawezi kuchagua, it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate that. People can say I cannot choose. It doesn't mean that because we are the same front. I think this is one thing which, as Kenyans, we have not agreed. It does not mean that we can be in the same front and tunaweza kuwa, I do not have the appetite of electing you as a president. And Gachagua has to also start accepting that there are those people who, yes, we could be in opposition, but kuna wale watu ambao they could be feeling that they would not like to see him as a president, and he has to allow that criticism. So I don't like it. So let's see what it has to go. So if I was one, I would take anyway. Wacha tusikilize hii courtesy of Kiziomi, because you're actually the first person to post. I will respect that. So let's hear what David Wafula has to say about that.
There are three things within the united opposition that, if not fixed, Ruto will win with over 80%. And in this video, I want to highlight what those three things are. And so with no further ado, let's get after it. Number one is tribalism. I've come to notice that most of the opposition leaders are very supportive of any candidate except a Kikuyu. And I'll give you one example. Just listening to what George Natembeya said when he was asked by Jeff Koinange, if Gachagua is cleared to run, will he support him? Just listening to this response.
If he's cleared by the courts to run for president, would you support him?
No, because I believe that the president should rotate. The Mount Kenya community has had it for 3 years, almost 30-something years, one community. And again, when you go there isn't much difference between what people are going there. Like people in Kikendo, in Muranga, and the people in Kapchai. There's no difference. I've had a president, I've not had a president, but our lives is just the same. One would demystify this thing, because people believe that we have got the presidency, the entire community has access to certain settlements. Yeah. It's not true. So if regard this community still is having the president for the time, it creates unnecessary.
So having said that, if Natembeya is a presidential candidate himself, will Rigiji and Mlima Kenya support him, especially after they've heard him saying such a thing? You see, sometimes leadership in politics is very important. Let us learn to borrow from the William Ruto playbook. Ruto pretended to be the greatest friend of Mlima Kenya for the sake of their vote. Once he gets there, what does he do? Anabomoa Githurai, anabomoa Roysambu, ana-impeach Gachagua, anafuta JB Muturi, anafukuza Linturi. His actions speak contrary from his words. But at least we can say Ruto is cunning and he knows how to con people. Natembeya is very honest. He's saying, nani hiyo community siwezi support. That is very foolish. Yourself, you're a presidential candidate amongst the united opposition. If you're the one they settle on, how will you then go back to a region which umeadmit uta support na unataka waku support? It's counterproductive. Number two, the united opposition needs to prepare for a 2027 campaign where they won't be working with the Linda Mwananchi group. Because what I'm seeing right now is that some of the Linda Mwananchi group leaders are just brokers. These people have no plan to work with Rigiji and Kalonzo. Their goal is to negotiate with Oburu and Ruto. Just listening to what Caleb Amisi had to say about the united opposition.
The other question a lot of Kenyans are looking at, are you guys looking to working with the united opposition by any chance?
Personal views, not the views of my colleagues.
Yes.
Sometimes I have very strong personal views. My views is that the
That's a very good disclaimer.
Yes, my views is that the united opposition must know why the young people are not following them. They must ask that question. That when we come out in the street with Caleb, Sifuna, Babu, and the rest, the young people are excited. They must ask them that question. They are blind to it. It's because young people no longer appreciate tribal groupings, tribal sentiments. Yes, they know you are a Kikuyu, they know you are a Kamba, you are a Kisi, but they do not appreciate balkanization of the country into tribal units.
Yes.
They say they are fed up with this. Kenyan.
So just like I said earlier, this is a sign to me that half of this Linda Mwananchi group won't work with the united opposition. Because unajua hii kikundi iko na watu tofauti. There is the likes of
So how are you, Julia? Good morning, or it is good afternoon where you are.
Good morning. Bado ni asubuhi hapa.
Yeah, asante sana. Today is another start because tunataka kugonga hii our defeating Ruto series 1-1. So maybe I will still continue with this video nimeicheza courtesy of Giziomi. And Giziomi asked me that question, I think the other day, concerning Natembeya. When Natembeya was asked, can you support Gachagua for presidency? And he said no, and his reason was because Wakikuyus had it enough, or maybe 3 times, and he feels other people should have it. So, is that statement detrimental, or it was just a political statement which cannot put Gachagua and Natembeya on a cross path?
That statement is detrimental. Just shows that Natembeya is not better than Gachagua. And he's in tribal box too. And he has refused to get out of it. So he cannot be a national leader. Have you heard Sifuna talking like that? Let me ask you. You want to tell me that Mother Karawa agrees with everything Gachagua does? You want to tell me Fred Okebo Matiang agrees with everything Gachagua does? Have you ever heard Matiang say such things? That tells you, Natembeya is an old Moi regime kind of a character. Outdated in tribal cocoon. And he's only thinking about my people. In this era of Kenya, we are looking for leaders who are talking Kenya. Okay? If you don't like Gachagwa's politics, then be different. Rise above board. And let us see that express your not likeness in the way you express yourself, like how you think about the whole Kenya. You don't start telling us that Kikus have been leaders for the longest time. Kikus are not Kenyans. If Kikus rule Kenya and Kenya progresses and Kenyans have their basic needs and have what they need and their rights are observed, who cares? I sometimes you don't like comparing America with the rest of the world. Especially at this time when we think that there are so many things that are happening that we may not like. But my notion is always like this. In America, a lot of times, though they have challenges of racial discrimination and all that, in a bigger part of it, in a bigger extent, they try to observe the law. So to a larger extent, they may not care who is president, black or blue or green. You see? Which means their democracy, though their democracy is very old, is more than 200 years, has grown to that level. Now, that is what we are trying to make Kenya. Sasa hii Jinjiru niambie, watu wanasema wataki Gachagua, and they are behaving, they are worse than him. So me nilisikia, I had Natembeya saying that nonsense, na nikasema, I am done with him. Now I know he's not my kind of leader. I let him continue being a governor or something in Western Kenya. That is my take, Njiru. If you wanted to ask me about that. Any other question you want to ask me about?
You can also react to what Karebamisi said. Karebamisi, in the same video there, he has also insisted that your group ya kina Kalonzo, you know it. Unajua kuna group ya Kalonzo na hii group ingine ya kina Sifuna. He is claiming that group ya kina Kalonzo could be. It is not saying that's how it could be. Some tribal cocoons which are agglomerating together, and he is saying that Mukenya, young people cannot follow them and that's why their group inafuatwa na watu wachanga because they can understand that challenge. Is Karebu Hamisi not prepared to come and work with this other group? Walete hawa watu wachanga who they are claiming they can be able to mobilize. I thought that could be a better plan. Hiyo group ya Sifuna imeweza kumobilize watoto wachanga. They can be able to blend with them. Hii group ingine ya kina Gachagua and the rest, they are having the status quo people. Can we not join these teams and become a better team? What is their issue? And they are saying the other team cannot be able to mobilize young people. What do they mean?
Of course, I agree with him. It's a tribal group, and we are tribal. And in the end, we shall be tribal. Why should we run away from that? In the end, we shall mobilize ourselves tribally, young or old. Njiru, you cannot tell me ati niko na watoto wangu kwa nyumba and they are Gen Z and then elections are tomorrow. If I ask you the percentage of me and my children voting differently, that's a very slim thing. The percentage of them voting to the person I am voting for is most likely to be 99%. So we are tribal thing. That's a fact. But then how can we match this tribal youth thing to help Kenya? Because the youth alone cannot save Kenya from Kasongo. Okay, the tribal group alone also need the youth. Okay, so how can we match the two? So this open attack on Gachagua team, Kalonzo team is a distraction, and if once somebody starts distracting Kenyans, I think they are working for Kasongo. You see, you have not had Sifuna attacking. I'm talking about leaders who have integrity and have intelligence and have a high level wisdom in Kenya. And I want to mention two leaders, Sifuna and Fred Okemo Matiang. You have not had, while Sifuna knows that the youth is following him massively, you have not had him attack the Kalonzo group. Have you, Njiru? You have not. That is intelligence. That is intelligence. Now, Matiang knows, he has been stipulating what Kenya needs. He has been articulating. In fact, if there is any person among anybody who is talking right now in Kenya, it is only Fred Okemo Matiang who has been articulating what Kenya needs and the kind of Kenya we are looking for. Ni yeye tu anajua tu what we are aiming from and what we need to do to get out of that. He knows that he's in Gachagua is doing tribal balkanization, and he cannot run away from that, because anyway, the Kikuyu have a massive vote, and anybody who wants to become president, they like it, they hate it, need the Kikuyu vote. So akina Fred Okemo Matiang, si ati ni wajinga, they know that, and they appreciate that. So hii story ati akina Caleb kwanza kutuambia ati they are dismissing the Gachagua group, they are wasting our time, they are working for Ruto. Even Natembea, they are wasting our time, they are working for Ruto. They should take the attitude of Sifuna and Fred Matiang. Sifuna knows in the wrong. Let me ask you, will the youth vote for Sifuna to be senator in Nairobi alone? He can't win with the youth vote. In fact, right now, we're even struggling to mobilize the youth, to get them registered as voters. He can't win. He needs the Gachagua tribal vote and Kalonzo vote. In fact, the next governor of Nairobi, next senator of Nairobi, will be determined by Gachagua and Kalonzo supporters. We like it, we don't like it. That's a fact. So, having said that, I'm trying to be realistic. It is not that I think we should do the tribal thing and all that. It's just that we can't run away from it. But then we have to match the tribal thing and reason and quality and integrity and people who can save Kenya. So me, I think that our watu wenye wananga, they are all out, hellbound, guns blazing, anti-Gachagua, Kalonzo, those are wao wanafanyia Kasongo kazi. They are working for Ruto, period. Because me, right now, as much as there are a lot of things I don't like about Gachagua. In fact, I've never liked since he began working with Ruto, and since I learned that he was working with Moin too. There are a lot of things sipendi. Saizi, I think we need everybody. We need everybody on board, because we need to send.
Yeah. Julia, I appreciate that. So don't you think now, kidogo Julia, don't you think now, partly now, I think I could agree with what like mtu kama Stone Pike anatuambia. I think we need to know the presidential candidate now, so that if things start falling up, zianguke sahi. Because unaona hii story like you know, saa zingine friendly fire can kill, and I have learned that with this Iranian war which is happening, where even the Kuwait guys they shot the American planes na walikuwa pande moja. So saa zingine I think it is better we get the presidential candidate now. Kama ni kupigana tupigane sahi, and we settle with what we get. For me, I think that one is now the trend now, because this story ya tuna relax tukisema tutajulia presidential candidate na huko mbele, these people could attack each other beyond repair, or they reach to a level. You can now hear like what Wafula said here. Wafula is saying here, unless the united opposition is able to do things quickly, they are going to hand over Ruto 80% of win. Sijui kama umesikia, wacha nikukwe hiyo opening statement ya Wafula. It's a very detrimental statement. Wacha usikie hapo.
I've come to notice that most of the opposition leaders are very supportive of any candidate except a Kikuyu. And I'll give you one example. Just listening to There are three things within the united opposition that, if not fixed, Ruto will win with over 80%. And in this video, I want to highlight.
That is Wafula who is saying that. I'm not saying that he is extremely correct, but when you hear some of these commentators,
cheza full yote aswa ya Wafula. Naomba.
Yeah, unajua ni vile sikuwa nataka kuwaweka sana hapa, unajua, as you wait for the video to play. That's why I wanted at least people to react. So Julia, do you have time hiyo video yote ichezwe?
Cheza because msema nataka kuisikia, cheza.
Okay.
There are three things within the united opposition that, if not fixed, Ruto will win with over 80%. And in this video, I want to highlight what those three things are. And so with no further ado, let's get after it. Number one is tribalism. I've come to notice that most of the opposition leaders are very supportive of any candidate except a Kikuyu. And I'll give you one example. Just listening to what George Natembeya said when he was asked by Jeff Koinange, if Gachagua is cleared to run, will he support him? Just listening to this response.
If he's cleared by the courts to run for president, would you support him?
No, because I believe that the president should rotate. The Mount Kenya community has had it for 3 years, almost that something years, one community. And again, when you go there isn't much difference between what people are going. Like people in Kikendo, in Muranga, and the people in Kapchai. There's no difference. I've had a president, I've not had a president, but our life is just the same. One would demystify this thing because people believe that we have got the presidency, the entire community has access to certain settlages. Yeah. It's not true. So if regard this community still is having the president for the time, it creates unnecessary.
So having said that, if Natembeya is a presidential candidate himself, will Rigiji and Mlima Kenya support him, especially after they've heard him saying such a thing? You see, sometimes leadership in politics is very important. Let us learn to borrow from the William Ruto playbook. Ruto pretended to be the greatest friend of Mlima Kenya for the sake of their vote. Once he gets there, what does he do? Anabomoa Githurai, anabomoa Roysambu, ana-impeach Gachagua, anafuta JB Muturi, anafukuza Linturi. His actions speak contrary from his words. But at least we can say Ruto is cunning and he knows how to con people. Natembeya is very honest. He's saying, your community siezi support. That is very foolish. Yourself, you're a presidential candidate amongst the united opposition. If you're the one they settle on, how will you then go back to a region which umeadmit uta support na unataka waku support? It's counterproductive. Number two, the united opposition needs to prepare for a 2027 campaign where they won't be working with the Linda Mwananchi group. Because what I'm seeing right now is that some of the Linda Mwananchi group leaders are just brokers. These people have no plan to work with Rigiji and Kalonzo. Their goal is to negotiate with Oburu and Ruto. Just listening to what Caleb Amisi had to say about the united opposition.
The other question a lot of Kenyans are looking at, are you guys looking to working with the united opposition by any chance?
Personal views, not the views of my colleagues.
Yes.
Sometimes I have very strong personal views. My views is that
That's a very good disclaimer.
Yes, my views is that the united opposition must know why the young people are not following them. They must ask that question. That when we come out in the street with Caleb, Sifuna, Babu, and the rest, the young people are excited. They must ask them that question. They are blind to it. It's because young people no longer appreciate tribal groupings, tribal sentiments. Yes, they know you are a Kikuyu, they know you are a Kamba, you are a Kisi, but they do not appreciate balkanization of the country into tribal units.
Yes.
They say they are fed up with this.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up. Hello.
Panatosha hapo.
So just like I said earlier, this is a sign to me that
Aya, go ahead.
Asante. Alafu natamani ungekuwa na ya Cheruiyot aliyozungumza kule kwenye mazishi ambayo yamehudhuriwa na kiongozi wetu Martha Karua. Alafu ukilinganisha kauli ya Cheruiyot pale mwisho, alafu ukifungamana na yale anatembea
ni mazishi ya huyu pilot alikufa Were.
Yeah.
So unataka niseme nitafute speech ya Karua na speech ya Cheruiyot
ya Cheruiyot kwanza, alafu Karua baadaye, lakini ya Cheruiyot ili tukombaini haya yanayozungumza Natembeya lengo liko wapi, hii inazozungumzwa hawa jamaa lengo liko wapi, na kile kinazungumzwa ndani ya UDA ni nini lengo. So katika mtazamo huu wa muktadha wa kwamba unafungamana haswa katika mitazamo, hapa kunaonyesha wazi kwamba kuna kitu ambacho kinaendelea cha United Opposition, kwamba kuna mdudu ashawaingia sasa hivi ambaye bila kukaza kamba, na pia kuna ile ya seneta wa Makueni iliyochezwa pale kudemand kwamba if not Kalonzo hawatakubali kama jamii ya Wakamba. So kuna wengi ambao wanafungamana na hii kitu ambao tumezungumzia hapa, ambao dadangu na kwanza apokee zangu sijamsalimia, lakini kwanza hii kitu ilikuwa ni mlima Utengwe ya Sona jamii. Nafikiri hiyo ndio kitu ambayo ipo. Kwa hivyo ukipata Cheriot ukimsikiza pale mwisho matamshi yake kuuba wae na Wajaluo na lengo liko wapi na kwa nini, atakwambia sababu hizi kwamba wengine wamekuwa kwa madaraka kwa miaka na maendeleo yalikuwa kwao tu. So wakati huu na sisi pia nao wabaki upinzani ili kusudi haswa pia na sisi pia tuwe na hayo maendeleo ambayo tulikuwa tunayakosa kwa muda, kwa sababu jamii fulani ilikuwa imekalia hapa. So ukiona katika hilo jungu kuna tokota kitu kama hiki, ni kwamba sasa hivi mamba watajitokeza katika hii safari ambayo ni kenge watajitokeza katika hii safari ya mamba ambao wapo. Kwa mfano Kikombani Malala. So hapa ndo kuna magugu sasa hivi anaanza kujitokeza mapema. Lakini mwisho wa siku pia tufungamane haya ambayo Wafula anazungumza kwamba hawa watu ambao wanaamini mlinda mwananchi, kwa nini ndio bado wameganda ODM wakati wa kule wameona yasiyofaa, wanaona kwamba ODM imeingiwa kiganjani, mbona wasiache hilo dawa uliumbe na watafute ngara wengine ya kujiokoa upande mwingine. So huu kuuba kwamba wako pale sasa, it's like sasa wananchi wanajenga matumaini kwao, lakini mwisho wa siku itakuwaje unasema mchuzi nyama nguruwe huli lakini mchuzi unachocha. Nitaachia hapo kaka, kwa sababu nasema una muda. Asante.
Haya, video ya Cheriot nimepata, sijui kama nicheza. Icheze
ili tufungamane na hizi kauli, tujue kwamba tukisema hawa watu ni wa ndani, hawa watu ni moles katika hii mitazamo. Cheza Cheriot tumsikize.
Back and you know the wishes of the family to be buried at that time. Thank you very much Oscar Sudi, hata umenisaidia sana, hii kwa ndio huwa ananiambia sana hapa. Thank you very much. I want to call the majority leader of the Senate, Honorable Arun Cheruiyot. Makofi ya majority leader.
Asante Mheshimiwa. Mama Emily, together with your children, distinguished mourners, Amoso Jotorua, Jotoruntie, Umor, Nyasaiber, Sechete, ngeendelea lakini huyu Sudi atakwama. The people who come from this corner, Mheshimiwa Sudi, I will tell you that we speak both languages very well. Mimi nimekuja kama jirani, because from here to my home is only 15 minutes. I live across the river. Ukipita hapa kuna town inaitwa Sigawet. After hapo ukifika Kiptere, that is my home. For those of you that come from here, they know it's 15 minutes. So amongst all these leaders, including you, PS Raymond, when we are finally told to go home, I will get home ahead of all of you. So I am very much at home. I have come to say pole to the family of our very good friend, Captain George Were. Captain George was a fantastic pilot. In fact, just like I said in church when we were with you, the family in Karen AGC, there are many things that people can say, but those that have had the opportunity to be flown by Captain George, they know that he was a very careful pilot. It's only God who knows what might have happened, and we leave it to the Almighty to give us peace and comfort through whatever means that it is possible. I flew with Captain George actually on Sunday, the 22nd, the first Sunday before they came to be in the accident on Saturday. We were flying from Kilgoris and headed to Kakamega, and we overflew actually this part of the country. I didn't know that he came from this part of the country and that he was actually our neighbor just across the river. And I saw a very fine pilot that particular day. When the events happened, of course, we were all deeply troubled like everybody else. That Saturday, just to be brief, we actually were flying with Captain Nyanjui, who's seated there. We had just left Kericho, like almost 4 o'clock. And I knew that something was not okay because I started receiving so many calls from many people asking whether we had gone the Nandi direction when we took off from Kericho. And I asked our captain there, Nyanjui, whether there's anything he had heard from the intercom. He said, no, I haven't heard anything. Only for it to be confirmed a few minutes later that we had lost Captain George alongside his passengers. Some of them are colleagues and friends. I want to say to the family, poleni sana. May God comfort you, give you strength. It's not easy, a journey ahead. Losing a family member is the most difficult thing. But because there's a God in heaven, I believe he will comfort you, give strength to you, all your friends and the people that are working with you. Kwa majirani zangu na watu wa nyumbani, tunaleta pole zetu kama majirani zenu kutoka pande hii ya hapa juu Kericho. Ninazungumza hapa kwa niaba ya watu wa Kericho ambao wengi wao wamenituma na pole zao kusema ambia ndugu zetu pole sana kwa ajali ambayo ilitokea na kuambia tutatembea pamoja na nyinyi wakati huu. Huyu Mheshimiwa Sudi aliangalia pande hii akasema maneno ya kwaya. Unajua huyu Sudi kwaya wanaimbanga ndani ya kanisa. So usipange maneno ya kwaya peke yake. Tutapanga pia vile tutakuja kwa hii kanisa ya ndugu yetu hapa nyumbani. Tumalize maneno yao vizuri ili tukumbuke. Unajua sisi ni wapande ile ya tunapenda maneno ya kanisa. Si kila mtu anachagua pande ile anapenda. So wakati tutakuita Mheshimiwa Juzi, tutakuja tuombe pamoja na nyinyi kwa kanisa yenu na tumalize maneno ile ingine. The last thing that I want to say is that I want to agree with all the leaders that have spoken here and have said, as a country, let us be peace-loving people. Let us know that we have no other home apart from our country, Kenya. There may be divergence of opinion politically, but that is not a problem. The only thing that I want to insist is that our colleagues, particularly you, my good people, my neighbors, majirani zangu, ambaye tunaangaliana across the Sondu River. Hii barabara ambaye tumetembea kwa sasa, italeta matunda mzuri sana huku kwenu. Unajua, many of you, ingawaje jamii hii imetoa wasomi wa kila aina. You have heard here that Mama Emily is a member of LSK. And so many other distinguished laws that come from this corner of the country. It has taken only the broad-based administration for this community to produce the first Attorney General, despite 60 years of this community producing brilliant people. Why is the reason? Because of continuous marginalization na kufidilia watu chini. Ni kama kuna watu walizaliwa wakae opposition miaka mingi. Mimi ningependa niwaeleze watu wa Nyakachi, kama kila jamii ilikuwa imeandikiwa kazi ya opposition, mmeshafanya yenu, wacha wengine pia wafanye yao. Kama jirani yenu, siwezi kufurahia ninawasha stima pande hii na pande hii ni giza. Siwezi furahia barabara inajengwa pande hii na pande hii ni vumbi. Siwezi furahia watoto wetu wanapata kazi na pande hii wako kwa barabara wanarusha mawe. Kwa hivyo ningeambia wale ambao wanaambia jamii hii, ati mambo ya revolution. Unajua kuna watu, there is a debate going on this side of the country. Kina Orengo wanasema revolution, and Orengo has been talking about revolution from 1978, from Jomo Kenyatta up to now. Na kuna ndugu yetu Uhuru who is saying we want power to transform our people. So Nyakacha, I want to plead with you, go for power any day. Don't be lied to about opposition. Thank you, and may Captain George rest in peace. Thank you very much.
So Andy, hapo tuko na storyline. Bwana Msimamo.
Umemsikia?
Vile ambayo kidogo.
Yeah, unanipata sasa? Umesikia vile kwamba jamii hii na jamii hii kwanza.
Msimamo ama mimi?
Jamii hii na jamii hii kwanza ni jambo ambalo mimi
tulia kidogo Msimamo akimaliza
kwa kauli ya kiongozi inanipa mashaka. Then kwamba hatuwezi vumilia kwamba ni wakati wenu sasa na jamii nyingine hivyo upinzani, ni anamaanisha wapi? So already tukifungamana hili kwamba ni like ni kurevenge sasa kwa jamii ya Wakikuyu, hili jambo tulibezi tu hivi hivi, nadhani lilikuwa limepangika kiutu uzima. So tukusikia hawa malls wakizungumza, alafu tukusikia na hawa wenyewe wako ndani haswa wanazungumza hadi mambo kama haya, already hapa wanaonyesha kwamba be definitely, kama mimi kama mwananchi najua hapa si mchuzi peke yake amba nani, lazima kuna nyama tu ambayo ipo, kwa sababu hakuna mahali ambapo hili jambo lipo la msingi kwamba oto jamii hii wala jamii hii. Muhimu ni kama Dango alivyozungumza, muhimu ni huduma kwa wananchi, muhimu si jamii, muhimu ni huduma kwa wananchi. So hata kama kulikuwa na mapungufu, lakini haiwezi malizwa katika hali kama hii ya kuunganisha jamii na hii, but kwamba hii jamii hii ile ndio safari hii iwe ya upinzani. Safari hii limeandikwa wapi katika katiba? So nikiona kauli kama hiyo na hii inayozungumzwa kwamba hatumwezi muunga Gachagua kwa sababu Gachagua hii jamii hii imekaa katika mamlaka miaka 30 na kitu, sio ni tofauti na ile linazungumzwa na kina Cheruiyot, kumaanisha sasa huyu mtu bado yuko na hulka za kwenye za UDA, kwa sababu kama ni united opposition, viongozi hawafai haswa kukanana haswa na kuongoza mstari wa mbele kuzungumza kwamba jamii hii imekaa kwa uongozi namna hii. So kadalili hii sioni tofauti ya Cheruiyot na Natembea sasa hivi kwamba hawa watu wanasafiri gari moja. Nitaachia pale, labda nimpishe Dango. Asante.
Haya, Julia, endelea.
So I agree with Wafula. Unaona, Wafula has just said what I've said. Ati Natembea has been here ati fighting for us. So he just came out what he is and what he's gonna do if he had power. So we are done with him. Just like what Wafula said, if Natembea had any hopes of becoming a national leader, that one asahawa he's stuck in Western Kenya. That is the only way where he can sell his ideology. Just like what fights Gachagua so much, what prevents Gachagua from becoming a national leader? Every time watu wetu sijui Mlima Kenya sijui nini, yani mimi Jiru nisha give up on Gachagua ever changing, na nisha conclude he's a Mlima Kenya leader. Just that. Now that is what Natembea has done to himself. Okay. So I guess now Kenyans know whom they can trust. They begin separating the wheat and the chaff. And I agree with you, Njiru. I agree with you that probably now we should have a leader, and a presidential candidate to our opposition, probably, maybe. Now, I hope the Kalonzos, the Gashaguas, the Mother Karuas have some wisdom and the Matiangs to realize what Kenyans are looking for. And I also hope the Sifuna team will not be carried away by the fact that they call meetings and big crowds turn up, and then they think now they are powerful and all that. They should still remember kuna ile population haiendagi kwa hiyo mikutano, now that population has a lot of votes, and that is the middle age and even extending to Gen X. You see, they should not forget that those people are still voting and they are still having a say on the ground. So I hope the Sifunas will rise above Caleb Hamis's ideologies and Natembea's ideologies and just realize, yes, Kenyans, we are tribes. We make decisions based on tribes, but at the end of it, we are all Kenyans and we need to change our country. We need to swallow our pride, our tribal pride, our youth pride, our Gen Z pride, and just for once save Kenya. That is my take. So Natembea, ameenda. Hata hawezi fanya. Let me ask you, Nyina Msimamo. After this, do you think anybody can call Natembea to work together? Let me ask you. Niambie tu kama kuna mtu, kuna group ita reach out Natembea. Do you think so? No, he will not be needed in any table right after this. After those outrageous statements he made. He thinks that everybody in United Opposition will support Gachagua. No, they don't want to, but they don't say it because they're wise and intelligent. That's my take, Jiru.
Well, yeah, ni sawa. Thank you. Julia, unasema ni kama unataka kwenda. Maybe I can ask you the final question. Maybe you react to it now as you go. And maybe you can react to ulisikia huyu msichana ambaye anakamuanga huyu msichana ambaye anakamua Murodhi akiwa amekalia porcupine. What she said about Marara, because upinzani and I agree. Saa zingine ukiona timu iko na mambo mingi inamaanisha hiyo timu huko ndiko Messi yako. Ukiona timu ambayo mambo ni mingi inaonekana sasa huko ndio mchuzi iko. So saa zingine I'm not worried too much of all these issues which are happening in the opposition. It is because if opposition was not busy, it would show that there's no attraction to that. So can you react to huyu msichana ambaye anakamuanga
Who is that? I don't know.
Akiwa amekalia
You are talking in parables. Huyu ni nani?
Kuna huyu msichana wa Kirinyaga, woman rep wa Kirinyaga anajiita Kasheri. That is her name. She calls herself yeye anakamua Murodhi akiwa amekalia njege.
Alifanya nini? Sikujua nini alifanya.
She came with a very scathing information that ati Marara is also working against Gachagua. And actually he is actually recruiting. Unajua kulikuwa kuna siku Gachagua sijui ni kualika kama ametembelewa na MCAs wa Kirinyaga. And then although Marara alikuja akaclarify, but sasa Gachagua akasema Marara also met with those MCAs na ni kama ati Marara was trying to tell them ati wasiende kwa Gachagua ama ni nini. There was something which came. So there was very serious blowing information which castigated Marara actually as a more.
Yes, I have always thought that Marara can jump inside anytime. But I don't think they should even blow it in public. They know. Njiru. See, I think Gachagua knows. If me, I know. Doesn't Gachagua know? You know, sometimes what you do with your moles, you make them look like they're on your side so that whoever is hearing them begins mistrusting them. That is what Gachagua should do. After all, Marara has no influence in Mount Kenya region. Why should Gachagua waste her energy fighting Marara in Mount Kenya region? He has no influence. He won't do anything. He won't achieve anything. He cannot even support a single MCA to win. So I think Gachagua should not. Those are also distraction things that are happening in the side of Gachagua, and Gachagua should not tolerate it because they know who Malala is working for. They should play cool and make him think they don't know. Because at our Western hawajui, now picking a fight with Malala is kicking those who have pro-Gachagua in Western because of Malala away. Those are the effects. So if you know your enemy and your enemy is playing to be with you, you can also play the game. That's my take. Now, and you have reminded me. Sijui kama umeona Sisire Mbarire confront boss. Did you see that?
We saw it na tukakuwa na groups mbili hapa. Kuna ile group ilisema it was stances, it was pretense, na group ingine ikasema ni kukaliwa. So we did not conclude about that issue. So there are those people who said that ni kujifanya wanajifanya so that they can be able to funnel a narrative. Alafu na kuna group ingine wakasema ni Ruto was trying to show his dictatorial character. So we have those two groups in that.
I think I also had two thoughts. Those two thoughts. One, at one point, it surprised me. Okay, let me take one side, that side first. Let me assume that Cicely meant what she was saying, and she decided to ask Ruto questions. I think Ruto is not the... I saw somebody analyzing huyu mama Mkisi mwenye alifukuzwa Senate. Anaitwa nani? What is the name of this Kisi lady?
Kisi lady?
Mwenye alikuwa
Gloria.
Yes, Gloria was analyzing and saying that Ruto, you cannot ask Ruto questions in public or in private. That if you ask Ruto questions in public or in private, he'll come after you. He can even come after your life. You know, she was analyzing that. So now, if Sicily was questioning Ruto passionately, she should be ready that Ruto will go after her, even after her life. Now, if they are acting, which is maybe the most likely scenario, they have opened a gate of Ruto being questioned. You know, they may have been acting to show that Ruto is democratic. Let me ask you, if Ruto is democratic, did you see his body language after those questions? Did it come out like he was sober and did he contain himself, Jiru? Jiru, what do you think? Did he contain himself?
No, he was just saying, are you sure says? Kwanza namuita ile jina yake says, ile jina ya Tirifinji.
Angalia body language. Your body language, the temperament that came after that. The temperament that came after that from Ruto was his natural anger. Because even if they acted it, Ruto naturally cannot contain, like, Yani. You know the way Barele went on saying, but Your Excellency, yeah, I think it was acted, but Your Excellency, and she went on. I think she went on to a point where Ruto did not want that now. You know, his temperament came out. His anger came out. His hasira, yeah, I can kill you, came out to the end. So if they were acting it, it did not bear the expected results. It may have borne some negative results. One, Ruto may have acted what he did not want to act. He wanted to remain sober and say, thank you so much. He wanted, alitaka hivi. Kama ilikuwa acted, alitaka, this is what he wanted. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Governor, for asking me that. Yes, you have brought it to my attention and I want to appreciate. That is what he wanted. That is how he wanted to act. Lakini hakuweza, hawezi. Ruto hawezi. He can't act sober. He's possessed. He's possessed by an evil spirit. He can't act sober. So if they set it up for him to act sober and say, I appreciate your concern and we are looking at it, he couldn't do that. Hawezi. So hiyo drama na kama niseme kama Gloria na kama Sicily alikuwa ati anajifanya mjuaji siku hiyo, she needs to know that Ruto cannot be asked questions in public or in private. Aulize Rachel, sidhani hata Rachel anamuulizanga maswali. Akiamua kuvaa nguo zake inside out, Rachel cannot even tell him that, bwana, umevaa boxer inside out. Hawezi mwambia, anamwacha tu inakaa inside out kwa sababu Ruto cannot be asked questions in the bedroom or outside the bedroom. He's not the kind of a person to be asked questions. And if you ask him questions, repercussions will come. He will deal with you. He can even hurt you or hurt your family. I think Cecily Barilla knows that. So that, I think, to the extent conclusion ilikuwa drama. Na kama ilikuwa drama, Ruto did not come out the way he wanted it to come out. He wanted to come out as a leader, a national leader who appreciates concerns and all that. He didn't come out. His anger still came out, according to me. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, wow. So uko kwa group number 1 ama group number 2? Where are you leaning to? Because we really
I'm more to it was acted, and but me, I've added to the acting part that if Ruto wanted to come out as a statesman, he did not. He didn't come out as a statesman. Because you see, he said, unataka kuongea? Unataka kusema nini? Did you see that, Njiru? Like, see,
Yeah.
Let's say it was acted. Let's say it was acted and they were ready to show his statesmanship. I could get some, yes, there's one of us. Okay, let me be Ruto now. Now, there's one of us who has raised their hand. Yes, I think she has a concern. Let's hear what she has to say. Alafu, nimngojea amalize. Did he even wait for her to finish talking? Was he? He was disrupting her mannerlessly. So if it was acted, he could have waited for her to finish talking, and it couldn't have been a back and forth. At one point, it was a back and forth. That was inappropriate for a presidential gathering. Even if it was acted, that was very inappropriate. it could have been. Yes, thank you so much for that. I appreciate your concern, and I think me and Oburu we have addressed this, and we intend to do so. Hiyo ndio angefanya. Sasa tungesema hey, Kasongo amebadilika. Sasa you see the NTV reported, did you see the NTV reported that it was a back and forth? Sasa Wakenya wanajua ilikuwa back and forth. So they did not succeed in their acting. Right, Njiru? Wali succeed kweli? Hawaku succeed. It was a waste of time. NTV reported it was a back and forth thing between the president and a governor. Wow. Na NTV may report vizuri sana. So Kenyans will not start analyzing it was acted. Kenyans will buy, wow, governor may confront president. That's my conclusion about that.
Yeah, good. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so maybe to ask, one thing with me, Nakuanga, I usually have a lot of faith with opposition, by the way. Even in all these things which the government want to gaslight, I usually have a lot of faith with opposition because I know eventually Kenyans will align and support these guys. So, Julia, do you still have the same sentiment, or do you still think like there is a lot of hope in this opposition, even regardless of what they try to portray about it, or even because some of the reason why things are the way they are, you also need to learn, Julia, that the current opposition is very inexperienced. Raila had blocked that space for 30 years. So we are now seeing an opposition which is trying to learn. And for me, I think it's an opposition which is running very quickly in a place whereby no one was able actually to act in opposition fully, other than Raila Odinga. And now they had now to fill the big boots which Raila Odinga left of upinzani, to the extent actually even wanagonga Ruto sawa. So what is your take about that? Do you still think there is hope with this opposition, regardless of what is happening?
Okay, let me say that. Okay, before I say that, I want to say the comment of Kahen Emmett. Ruto was furious with the question and guess, yes, acting, and it was acting that went wrong. Yeah, if it was, Ruto obviously was furious with the question, and it was an acting that, if kama alikuwa na act, it went wrong. It didn't gain the intention. And if it was not acting, like I said, mama wetu huko wa Embu, ajue consequences zinakuja. Now, opposition, there is hope, Njiru, and you don't have to be in opposition to say there is hope in Kenya, because obviously Kenyans are tired and fed up of Ruto. The only challenge we have right now is not whether opposition, there's hope in opposition, is as whether we can have a free and fair election. That is if we can't have a free and fair election, then we may not even be discussing whether the opposition has hope or not. So, as whether opposition has hope or not, I think it's not a question. In fact, Kenyans may not be thinking that niko kwa chama. Saizi nikikuuliza uko kwa chama gani, apart from msimamo hapa kwa chama ya PLP. Wengine wetu hatuko kwa vyama, but we are one term. So as to whether the opposition has hope is not really a question. The question is, how can we make sure we have a free and fair election? How can we even prevent Ruto from vying for presidency? Mimi have been going to that extra mile, because he doesn't qualify to be a presidential candidate. He has abused all the sections of Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya. He should be in jail instead of vying for presidency. So if we can engage another gear, apart from fighting to make sure we have a free and fair election, we also engage another gear to make sure that we don't have a criminal on the ballot. Then I think we have gained some milestones. So me, swali lako Njiru, as whether opposition has hope is not really a critical question right now, according to me. Because all those candidates we see qualify to be good presidential candidates. We have material in the opposition that can be good leaders. We have good material that can be good presidents, that can take Kenya to miles and miles. We are not short of leaders with integrity in Kenya. We are not short of that. We are only short of a free and fair election be run by a jambazi whose place is jail. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, okay, ni sawa. Naona Ayaga amekuja na ile picha yake ya Hayatola. At a delusional shooting. Okay. Opposition has a chance. Bora tu we guard against stealing of votes. Huyo ni Anne Mbwere. And Julia, where is Matiang'i vote? Please answer. Somebody is asking you about it. Julia, that's your question.
Okay, I don't know why the person is asking about where Matiang'i vote is. Matiang'i is one of the people that can take Kenya to another level. And I trust that he can. And we just need to all realize and appreciate and recognize that we have that such kind of leaders in Kenya if we want Kenya to change. So if we do that, and that includes the members of the opposition, if they recognize that we have those kind of leaders, then Matiang'i vote will not be a problem. He'll get massive vote and massive support from all parts of Kenya. I don't know whether he's asking because Matiang'i is from Kisii, and some people have been trying to say that Kisii vote cannot make Matiang'i presidency. If we decide it is Matiang'i, he does not have to depend on Kisii vote. It is Kenyans who will be voting from him, including Kenyans from Mount Kenya region. And guess what? Wakenya wa Mount Kenya wakitokea kumira na hakuna rigging, then Matiang'i will become president. If we decide that we want Kalonzo Musyoka as president and we decide to vote for him, then we will not be saying that Kalonzo Musyoka cannot win with Kamba votes. No, we shall all come out and vote for him if our votes will not be stolen. Even if we decide to go Western Province, hata tuamue ni Sifuna, kwani iko nini? We can have a youthful president. And we decide we are having a Sifuna presidency. All of us, we shall all come out kumira. We shall not start saying ati kura za Western Kenya haziwezi fanya Sifuna kuwe president. Hapana. We shall come out and support him. So I don't know whether I've answered that question, but I can tell you that Matiang'i can win presidency. In fact, Matiang'i is one of the people that personally I believe can take Kenya to the next level. Personally, I know that and like I started in the debate, I said he's the only person, he's among the few people. And I think the second person I can mention is Mother Wangari Kamrua, these two people are the only people who have addressed where Kenya is and why we are where we are and where we need to go and how we need to go. They have addressed all sectors of Kenya, from the economy to the social sector, and they know where we are coming from, and where we need to go and how we need to get there. Okay, so Kenya, like I said, Kenya is not short of leaders. Thank you, Njiru.
Okay, sawa. Kuna maswali mingi sana hapa, sijui ni kama ulikuwa umengojewa Julia ama ni nini. Somebody saying that if he has votes, why did Jubilee perform so poorly in Isiolo? Not Kisii, Isiolo. I did analysis of the biggest losers in the by-election. Matiang'i was number 3 of the losers.
We can't even talk about by-elections. Whoever is asking me that, I just talked about, like, right now we have a big crisis of a free and fair election. And Matiang'i did not vie for any seat in those seats. He alisimama kweli ama
I think this person is talking based on maybe the performer. I think is associating Jubilee performance to Matiang'i. I think that's what
maybe that is what the person is saying. But I want to tell you that things vitu vichenjaga. Matiang'i has not even been announced as a presidential candidate, by the way. We are just we have not decided that he's the opposition a presidential candidate. But then this person needs to know if we are talking about the by-election, I think this person is reads a lot of information that we have not had any free and fair election when the by-election. Hakuna, hiyo si uchaguzi. Hiyo ni uchaguzi ya takataka. So we cannot even talk about it.
And maybe the question which we should also ask Xiomi, and she should answer here, or you should answer here, if Matiang'i is supported by all the opposition candidates. can he marshal all those votes? Is he acceptable? Let's say all the opposition principals support him. Can he become a lethal candidate?
Yeah, that's the question. And also
because in
ask
Kenya, Julia kidogo, because in Kenya,
mm.
na ndio unasikia hata akina Sifuna wanaingilia hii style kidogo, kila mtu ana mobilize backyard yake. Kalonzo akuja na wake akumwagie, Gachagua akuja na wake akumwagie. So if that is the concept in 2027, do you think all the principals wakikuja wamwagie Matiang'i, he has a fighting front with Ruto? That's the question we should ask.
And the other question we need to ask him, if we have a free and fair election, yenye Ruto will not interfere. Let me inform this person. So easy, even if all those presidential candidates vie, na hakuna kuiba, Ruto will be the last. Nakwambia, he will lose miserably. Atakuwa uko mwisho. So maybe we need to inform this person to go back and look at how elections are run in Kenya and how they have been run before. Na akae chini analyze, aone kwamba we have not been having a free and fair election, and so we cannot even judge people and say that they lost or they won. So at this time, I can tell him, and I hope, let me say this, I hope akina Kalonzo na akina, let me say this, when you saw Caleb talking about tribal balkanization, unajua dawa ya watu ni nini, Njiru? Do you know dawa ya kina Caleb na wengine ni Matiang'i?
Okay, because is Matiang'i having that national outlook? Maybe can you give me the national outlook of Matiang'i?
Because he'll not be a tribal king. Hiyo ndio dawa yao. That will be the medicine. That is the only medicine to hit them. He will not be a tribal king. But the rest, Kalonzo will be a tribal king. And Gachagua. Matiang'i is the only candidate that will not come out as a tribal king. And he'll win. He'll win the youth, and he will win Mount Kenya because Gachagua will support him. And he'll win Ukambani because we expect Kalonzo will support him. He will win massively. He will even win the Sifuna. Let me tell you, he will win the Sifuna group. The Sifuna group will be willing to work with Matiang'i. And let me tell you, Matiang'i will even win votes from Luo Nyanza because he doesn't pose as a threat to them. Atapata mpaka kura mpaka kwa Luo Nyanza. Sasa Matiang'i, wacha nikwambie, sasa hizi tunacheza ile karata ilichezwa 202. Unaona 202, Njiru, 202, I'm sure there were people yapping and saying, we cannot have a Kikuyu president. Even I think Raila Odinga was saying that. We cannot have a Kikuyu president. We cannot have a Kikuyu president. After all, Kikuyus were the ones who were the first president. Now it is time to change from a Kalenjin to another tribe. See what I nasema hivyo? Now, then, Moi decides kuweka Uhuru. The only dawa ya Uhuru ilikuwa nini? Kibaki. Juu nakumbuka. Dawa ya Uhuru ilikuwa nini? Kibaki. Saizi, hizi shenanigans of anti-Kikuyu shenanigans, dawa yao ni Fred Okemo Matiang'i, backed by the Kikuyus. Wataona mbaya bovu. They will lose miserably. Because now we'll demystify that. See, you don't want Kikuyus. Fine. Tumekubali. Fine. We agree with you. And now we have who? We have Fred. Okay, my friend ni Mkikuyu kweli? Hapana. Tunapigia Mkisii, a smaller tribe. Yes. Talk about tribes now. Tuambie. Now talk about tribes. Si mnasema maneno ya ukabila na mnasema maneno ya tribal balkanization. Sasa ongeeni, mtuambie ni balkanization gani tunaongelea. You see, dawa yao ni Fred Okemo Matiang'i. Hiyo ndio dawa yao. I'm telling you. That is your medicine.
You know, Julia, there's also something which I think we are also forgetting. Even as we try to castigate watu wa upinzani hivi. Where is Ruto? Like, because ni saa sisi tunajaribu kujipanga. Ruto is drowning. So I don't know why we are also not focusing enough on mismanagement za Ruto, the stealing which Ruto is doing, and we are just pounding and pounding and pounding on the opposition. For instance, nataka kuwekea corruption scandal hapa za SHA. Mutavunja hii
Abu Goja, kuna mtu, I like the comments of these people. I like what Zam, I don't know what is it. He's saying if Matiang'i is fully supported by the opposition, he'll even win, even if Ruto still. They wanted Matiang'i to be tribal king with his party. No, it is okay. They wanted him to get his support from the Kisii. It's not like, even if he went back and got support, received a lot of support from the Kisii, it is true. He doesn't shout as a tribal king. All of you, when you are comment section, tell me something. Everything Matiang'i says, does it come out as a tribal king? Does he come out as a tribal king? Does Matiang'i really come out to say kabila wetu ama watu wetu? He doesn't. He has been able to stand above that. Okay? The only person who comes out mutu wetu ni Gachagua there. Okay? So I think now a lot of people there kwa comment are in agreement with me that Matiang'i doesn't come out. If he gets support from the others, he'll win. He'll win massively, and he'll get support. Even the youth will support him. Remember, even from the start, Njiru, Gen Z, they are the ones who started saying in Twitter, wanataka Matiang'i. Kumaanisha he sells to the Sifuna population. He sells. Now, somebody is also saying here that Kalonzo will be a headache if he's not announced presidential candidate. We have to deal with that. Yeah, he'll be a headache. I agree with you. That even Gachagua Dusk. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, he came with his party. It's fine. Or he come with your party. He needs to have some background support. Hawezi kuja tu for evil. So I also appreciate Gachagua was saying that because Gachagua operates from that point of view. Kuja na kura zako. Now, let me say this. I hope that Gachagua can feel the mood and feels the mood. What Natembeya is saying is what a lot of people may not say, Njiru. Unaona? What Natembeya is saying there in the open is what a lot of people may not say because they are wise and they're intelligent. And I hope Gachagua is intelligent enough to read that and to understand that what Natembeya is saying is what watu wengi hawawezi sema. Hata wenye wako Mount Kenya region. Unaona? Hata juzi tuliona Kioni. Akisema how Gachagua treats them sometimes. So I hope Gachagua can be a wise person and he hopes to anaangalia maisha yake, anaona he can go places in leadership by being wise and playing cool. Asema kama sio mimi, it's either me or nothing. No, I think for Gachagua to say it's either me or nothing, hiyo siku haijafika. Now, Kalonzo has said that before, it's either me or nothing. But we are seeing a force coming with Sifuna. I hope that Kalonzo can also read the signs of times and see kwamba we need to play our cards effectively to make sure we have both the old and the young in the same basket. So as whether Matiang'i can get support, yes, he can. These two people I've mentioned, Kalonzo and Gachagua, need to admit that among the three of them, Gachagua, Kalonzo, Matiang'i, I think Matiang'i will sell more even to the youth than they. Then they will be coming the tribal vote. Lakini yeye, Matiang'i may not come with a tribal vote. He may come with a national outlook. That's my take. Njiru, you are saying something, I'm gone.
Yeah, unataka kwenda?
Mm-hmm.
Haya, inakaa umealikwa pahali na si ungeniita.
Kuna mingi. Today Saturday, there's a lot of work on Saturday.
Yeah, anyway, that one is okay. So maybe you can just give your final remark as you go in terms of are you happy with the opposition?
I said everything I said, I've said. Wacha msimama aongee.
Haya ni sawa basi. That's okay. Anyway, we appreciate for you na ndio hata umeamua. So kumbe hata vile tumeanzisha show mapema, that's how we were able to get you. Bure hatungekupata leo.
Njiru, wacha msimama, you are really poking your nose. Wacha msimama aongee.
No, that one is okay. Bure unajua unaweza enda kwa function alafu tukutane huko.
Leo hakuna function ya mama. Sasa umefukuza msimamo. See what you have done.
No, haina shida. You will return. Ndio nakwambia, unajua Julia unaweza kataa kuniambia unaenda wapi, alafu ikifika photo session tunakutana hapo kwa podium. Lazima aya. You mean hata ulikuwa huku? Niambie unaenda wapi? Anyway, in a light note. Okay, sawa Julia. At in opposition, everybody is saying Mount Kenya don't want number 1 or 2. Yet they want to win. If Ruto pick Kindiki and Uhuru and Gachagua don't campaign seriously, then wait for Ruto's second term.
Wacha ni react kwa hiyo before niende. I think this person is just trying to say wale wenye wako na chuki na Mount Kenya wakuwe realistic and wise. Haitawasaidia. Mount Kenya are the kingmakers. You hate it, you like it, that's a fact. They are the kingmakers. So they should tread carefully. Saying that tutaki Wakikuyu akuwe president, tutaki Wakikuyu. They should tread. Those statements should not come from anybody who has hope of becoming a leader in Kenya. They should tread carefully. They should look at the way Wafula has analyzed, said that young man has been a very good analysis in Jiru. Sijui kama umesikia vile ameongea. He's been a very good analysis that you are yapping. He said, even talked about Ruto, that Ruto behaved and lied that he loved Mount Kenya so much. Na Ruto mwenyewe alisema, ukitaka kama unataka uchaguzi vitu vingine, hakuna watu wamechoka na Wakikuyu kama sisi, Wakalenjin. Lakini kama unataka uongozi, inabidi saa zingine vitu zingine unawacha. That is what Ruto said with his mouth. We can play that clip. So those who are the Natembeas, they are ill-advised. And by the way, the Kikuyus may be willing to swallow their pride and just have somebody else, but that game has to be played in a very wise way. Like they may need to see somebody, one of their own, somewhere like Attorney General or Speaker of the National Assembly, if not Deputy President. Those are facts in Kenya. It is not like I'm trying to ignore that we are also tribal. So I agree with your comment yenye umeweka hapo Njiru. So Njiru, umefukuza msimamo, hata mimi wacha niende.
Ni sawa, hakuna shida. So we will wait for msimamo if he still has time, no problem about that. Yes, Julia, you are spot on. That's what inatembea. Okay. Yeah, nataka kuna kijana alikuwa hapa kwa hii kipindi ingine inaitwa Political Headache. I think Stone PK introduced me to that group. And zile vitu hiyo kijana aliongea huko, wacha niwaeke. Na please kama if you are still joining our show and you feel you can subscribe us, there are some ways in which you can participate. Yeah, feel free to do it. So I hope we are doing good and we deserve a subscription if in any case it exists. So wacha nicheze huyu kijana before nilete Martha Karua. So nitacheza huyu alafu sasa nilete Martha Karua. I please, ladies and gentlemen, listen attentively. Huyu kijana ataongea vitu mpaka ni kutoka na wazimu ama ni kuingiwa na wazimu, whichever which works.
But now my question here is, the issue of debt is not actually renegotiation, because renegotiation simply means that you've postponed this problem to a later date, but you've not really dealt with the problem. The best way to deal with this problem once and for all is to audit it. Audit and determine that this is what we owe. We did it with ABCD. This is not what we owe, and private individuals have to take liability for it.
I want to go back to Adrian. Adrian, we have this day. Let's go to the issue of the 45 billion. Can you lay for us the context of what exactly is happening so that we understand what is really going on?
Are you talking about the 45 billion, the NTSA?
Yes.
You wanted me to lay down the one for sure.
Yeah, you can start with the SHA. We have got a lot of corruption issues to deal with.
The corruption,
and it is just funds, and it is just in billions.
Yeah.
Okay, there was the SHIF one, which has actually come into discussion recently because there was an audit report that was given out. There was also the one for Pesaprint, which has also been in the limelight for quite some time.
Because I thought we would discuss the two. The Pesaprint and the
SHIF fraud.
And the SHIF fraud that is going on.
Absolutely. In fact, the one...
Nataka musikilize the explanation of this young man carefully, and you still tell me that there is still a human being in Kenya who exists, who is saying Ruto should get a second term. I think those are sick people in the hospital. It is I don't think hata mtu ako madhari, and sorry to use that word, can hear the amount of destruction which Ruto has done, and still somebody can have audacity of saying like what akina Cheriot wanasema. It is unfathomable. I cannot imagine. Somebody has completely destroyed your country, and you are busy saying, I want to give him another 5 years to destroy the same country. Listen.
For SHA is something that has to be taken to attention by so many Kenyans, because health is definitely a very critical sector in this country. And one of the biggest promises that we've had in this country after the implementation of this particular new healthcare system that costed us approximately over 120 billion Kenya shillings was that it was going to solve most of the problems we are having. But 1 year into the implementation of this new social health insurance fund, we cannot account for 50 billion. And the Auditor General has stated that. So if you look at what the Auditor General has put out, they've put clearly how this money has been lost through this particular new revamp of our healthcare system. One, they have talked about the repeated surgical procedures in that particular system. So there was one particular record that has shown that one patient had about 4 open heart surgeries in one particular single day. And we are asking even the medical experts, which is this procedure that you can able to do 4 open heart surgeries in one single day? And if you look at the claims at SHA, it can only fund 1 open heart surgery in the entire year. But there were 3,235 cases of similar incidents, and SHA decided to pay the claim. How much did they pay the claim? 445 million shillings. As if that is not enough, we used to hear about multiple child deliveries by single mothers at the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, last year, whereby you're finding that someone has 10 kids in a year at different times. The same has kept on happening with the new system again. So we have had 6,392 cases whereby one woman gives birth to
in 1 year.
Almost 4 times or even 10 times in one particular year. All those has been highlighted in the records, but SHA still went ahead to pay these claims. How much have they paid? 148 million. Part of the fraud also, there were claims for non-contracted facilities. You know, SHA is also a health insurance fund whereby they cannot pay you unless you have an agreement with them. That is why sometimes you might walk into a nice private hospital, but they tell you, we don't accept SHA or we don't accept NHIF. Why? Because they don't have an agreement with them, or they feel like they don't want to put up with the pressure of that. But there were 137 facilities, no agreement with SHA.
They had no agreement with SHA.
No particular agreement. You could walk into the hospital, you did not see a SHA banner there that we provide these services. But they made a claim and sent it to SHA.
Yes.
And guess how much the SHA paid them? 1.5 billion. And there is no formal agreement with them. There were also unauthorized medical services, whereby 1,091 facilities, they were paid 7.3 billion for medical services that were not authorized under SHA. So there are certain medical, you know, one thing about medical services are very broad. And these days they keep expanding. There are braces, there are hair transplant. So there are certain services, in order to ease the certain crucial medical services, you cannot include them in the fund.
What's for your BBL now?
Exactly, you cannot use BBL for SHA. But there were hospitals who were making claims for braces, cosmetic surgeries, but SHA still
breast enhancement paid for by SHA.
7.3 billion for medical services that were never authorized under SHA. 7.3 billion
for services that are not authorized.
That were never, ever.
Such as braces,
braces,
breast enhancement, BBL, Brazilian
liposuction.
Oh my God, okay.
But you know, aside from even the fraudulent activities that were happening, the fraud together with that hospital, is now the issue of unsupported and irregular payments. in that particular system. And I want to show you something very interesting. It was my number 3, and I want to start it with my number 1. There was illegal transfer of money from SHA to non-existent NHIF. So NHIF was paid 1.3 billion from SHA to the operating accounts. So NHIF is non-existent right now, according to the law.
So SHA paid NHIF.
SHA paid it. So NHIF might be non-existent by law, right?
Okay.
But NHIF still has operating bank accounts.
Yes.
That are still active. Let's say an equity bank account for NHIF that is very operational. Guess what? SHA, maybe by ignorance, because that is what they will say it's a mistake, they decided to pay those bank accounts that were being operated by NHIF 1.3 billion. And the money was withdrawn. We don't know where the money went to. But the big question is, why are you paying money to an non-existent entity in government?
Let me ask. When you do paper trail, when you've wired a billion into an account, it was withdrawn by who? Because we ought to have records.
Exactly.
Who showed up at the bank and withdrew the billion?
But there is also 1.3 trillion that was manually siphoned from central bank. Is it central bank or what?
And you could see the president today speaking angrily about it.
Do we have that video of the president talking angrily about what?
About propaganda of money getting
Yes,
off.
you have
Yes,
that, you have
exactly.
that video.
Billion SHA. You see,
There is that video. Please look for
ukiona
it.
mwanaume anasema tumia akili, that's an angry person. Those statements don't come out of a person who is managing their emotions. So,
and you know that they tell us that way, but most of these things are very easy to track. It is very easy. If you were supposed to be looking at these fraudulent activities that are happening in hospitals, we'll just go to the database that they always put out. The same people are also putting out database. And what do? You can even go to this hospital and ask for these claims. Hey, can I see your claims?
yes.
You look at the claims and you find someone is giving birth.
I
4
think
times in one month.
I am going to do my investigation. I think one hospital has been getting a lot of money without doing anything. Yes.
But it is really interesting because I don't just understand, because if you look at, I know the Ambo is here holding fort for the government.
Yes.
I'm
He's
going
very
to ask,
silent on this one.
You see, this government is indefensible.
I listen.
because you see, there is a way that I don't know whether it is by design, because where Ruto is seated taking tea, because he doesn't take anything hard, right? And he's looking at these billions making their way out of government
Yes.
into whichever pockets that they are going to,
Yes.
right? And you don't understand, because total amount of the claims, like somebody was telling us before this podcast, that when you are talking about Ruto government, you're no longer talking millions.
Yeah, you are talking about billions. They
You are
have made
always talking about billions.
There was a time
So,
that Uhuru
yeah.
was enraged by 400 million. We're saying 400 million, where has that money gone to?
when you look at what is happening now, NYS scandal is child's play.
Do you know NYS?
That's 700 million.
Really?
Yes.
1,000 health facilities were paid 7.3 billion for
Yes,
medical services,
7.3
not authorized
billion.
under SHIF. The total claimed amount from these facilities was amounting to 7 billion, while the approved was merely 7.
You see,
If I don't know whether you have that video.
oh, okay.
Is it there? Okay, go ahead.
So there is this guy. What was the role of Safaricom in establishment of SHA? Sharing of data.
Yeah.
So we need to have shared accurate data about the hospitals that should be paid, the bank accounts.
I think Safaricom is one of the biggest jokes that I've ever seen.
It's not a joke.
And I don't understand why Safaricom is always in bed with the government. I don't know whether their hands are being forced. You have it? Yeah, because, for example, you're looking at this and you're saying the single largest item flagged by the Auditor General is 26.8 billion.
Yes.
Approximately 29% of all shift payments during the year.
Yes.
30% is gone.
And how was it gone? They paid it to hospitals who
Yes.
made claims without supporting documents.
Yes.
Do you know how critical that is? Whenever you are having a claim and you say, I want 100 million
You
from
have
this
to-
insurance fund, you have to
So
attach.
listen to this.
Jagero, you have to
Yes.
attach a document that shows Adrian Olwach on this day came in for this particular surgery.
Okay.
So what happens with that unsupported claim? They don't have that document. They just say, we want this particular money.
And they pay. So if you look at the illegal transfer
Yes.
to the defunct NHIF,
Yes.
January they are sending Kenya shilling. January 29 they sent 421 million.
Yes.
To NHIF.
Yes.
They sent on barely 2 months later on the 28th of April.
Yes.
They pay another 52 million.
So we are assuming
55.
all these are mistakes,
Yes.
ignorance, eh?
April 29, somebody's requesting it because on the April of 29th, they sent 52 million, 55 million.
Yes.
The following day,
They sent 141.
41 million.
Then June 30th.
June 30th, they are sending another 418 million.
How could you make four such very big mistakes without consequences? Because all these things, Safaricom can play a very big role in finding who took the money. But we are not going to get them because who is at Safaricom? What is his relationship with the regime?
This is unbelievable. Let's listen to Ruto. Ruto is then we can go to Odhiambo. Odhiambo said something very interesting.
Yes.
That there is budgeted corruption.
Yeah.
I want to come to Odhiambo so that he can explain to us what budgeted.
That would otherwise be borne by Kenyans on matters to do with universal health coverage. Today, as the numbers we have been told here, we are actually closing to 30. I think by next week or the week after, 30 million Kenyans will be on social health insurance.
Yeah, when you listen to these guys, you actually, they are one of the people who are able to explain this scandal in SHA very well. And if there is any Kenyan who has listened to these people, actually, that's the reason of actually which should make you get more angry. And when I listen to such people, even though I also have some background of what is happening, I actually even get more angry. And naenda huko kwa barabara nakutana tena mtu ati anasema ati Ruto ni tuta. Are they aware of their country is being destroyed economically? As they are. I think part of those empowerment program huku ndiko wamekuwa akitoa pesa. So wanakuja wanaiba hii pesa wanaletea raia huku. I don't know. Is Kenya still standing with this corruption? Ama ni aje? Mimi ningetaka mtu okay, na karibu sana Funnies. Is Kenya still standing ama Kenya ilianguka kitambo? Is Kenya still alive with this scandals ama or it is indeterminate, we don't know. Ama tu Kenya ni ile nchi sasa imeshikiliwa na miti hivi. It can collapse anytime. Hii wizi ni tu. Hata sijaisikia. I listen to Uganda politics. I listen to even Asian politics. I never hear of such corruption. Unajua hii corruption ya Kenya inaweza kufanya hata ukuwe mgonjwa. Yeah, you can be sick actually listening to the siphoning of money in Kenya. And I think that is why we need to achieve a one term. It's only that Kenyans cannot be able to get angry at once, but I think we have reached a turning point where actually hata serikali inaweza pinduliwa sasa mumwe mtu because huyo mtu amewakula sana. It is unexplainable. Wow. Anyway, wacha tuendelee kusikia.
And this week, forget about the propaganda in the headline of the news that we lost, some 50 billion can be lost. You know, people are mad. If we lose 50 billion, it means there will be nothing to pay, no hospital.
Aya, msimamo you can react and nisione usiweze kutoroka. At if 50 billion is stolen, there will be no hospital. Ni ngapi wameiba? So, hebu ngoja kidogo, wacha tu Ruto amalizie hapo tu kwa 30 seconds.
This week alone, we are paying 60.
Let's listen to Ruto. Ruto is then
mad. If we lose 50 billion, it means there will be nothing to pay, no hospital. This week alone, we are paying 16.2 billion shillings.
Munaona vile Kindiki anasikiliza uongo. Nataka muone hiyo sura bana.
That we lost, some 50 billion can be lost. You know, people are mad. If we lose 50 billion, it means there will be nothing to pay, no hospital. This week alone, we are paying.
Aya, ndio hiyo sura ya kusikia. Msimamo, ona hiyo sura. Ona huyu jamaa vile, ona vile huyu jamaa anaabsorb your statement. Hii nitaambia wananchi. Am I hearing it correctly? Watu Tharaka-Nithi nitawaambia hii ama nisiwaambie. Kadiri hiyo sura lazima muionaone hapo. Msimamo kadiri yake. Hiyo sura ni noma. Hiyo ni sura ya you are mad. When Ruto is saying you are bad that we have not lost 50 billion. Alafu sasa unaona ile Kindiki ile sura na kuwekea hapo. Hii nitaambia wananchi.
Kiasi tu narudi, wacha niweke bundle zangu sawa, narudi tu muda mfupi kidogo.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, hebu muniambie hii sura ya Kindiki mnaonaje? Hii ni ile mkubwa. Ati? No, hii lazima nirudi. I want you to see, you know, body language explains much.
Without
mad. If we lose 50 billion, it means there will be nothing to pay, no hospital. This week alone, we are paying 16.2 billion shillings.
But there is
we are dealing with health to reduce bills paid by citizens. We are dealing with education to reduce bills. We are dealing with highest amounts of money to any hospital that has ever been paid under any other administration or under any other program. That is the reality. That is a fact. So, in terms of cost of living, we are dealing with health to reduce bills paid that we lost. Some 50 billion can be lost. You know, people are mad. If we lose 50 billion, it means there will be nothing to pay, no hospital.
After that,
this week alone, we are paying.
Ona hiyo sura ya Kindiki sasa. Anyway, but unajua shalipwa Kindiki is paid handsomely to listen to uongo. So I understand it. Lakini bana. Oh my God. I think education should have some meaning to people. Kindiki professor, nimekuwa nikisoma, hebu niwaoneshe bio yake, because it is so sad that this is how professors tend to be. He is born 1972. He is born 1972. 1972, so 72. 1998, he gets an LLB. So he is born 72. So he is born 72. So 98, that is 26 years, he gets a LLB. In 2072, that's 28 years. In 28 years, he has a master's. Then he goes to Pretoria. And in Pretoria in 2002, he graduated with a PhD in international law from the University of Pretoria. That is typically 30 years. Because if he is born in 1972, 28 plus 2, around 30, 31 years. He is having a PhD in law by 30 years. Na ndiye huyu sasa. Ndiye huyu. It is astonishing. Yeah, brain talk true. Nasema ati Ruto said corruption cannot prevent development. But were it not for corruption, we can actually do more. How do we explain in the 21st century at Kenya, Mombasa to Nairobi, we are using one lane? Mombasa to Nairobi. Right now in Kenya, all major cities should be connected by dual carriageways. Right now, as we speak. Nairobi all the way to Kisumu, that one should be a dual carriageway. Nairobi to Mombasa, that one should be a dual carriageway. By now, by now, that one should have already happened. So, because that's how you save life. How do you account to 3,000 people being lost in traffic almost within a whisk of minute time? 7,000 people within a year wanakufia tu kwa mabarabara. Don't we love these 7,000 people who are already instant taxpayers money, who pay taxes? It's anyway, wacha nitoe Ruto. I will not go beyond that. Nilikuwa nikiona muone hiyo. So let me put Madam Martha Karua. Let's see. Wacha tuweke Madam Martha Karua. Na kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia show, this is your time. I might have an early end nikuje tena. So because I would also want to engage in other things as well.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Aduma, my learned junior. In our profession, we call each other senior or junior. So he acknowledged he's my junior. The family of the late Lieutenant Colonel George Were, my dear sister Emily, your children Stacy and Joseph, and the entire Were family, the clergy and all the dignitaries assembled here. I'm also Uru. Muriega. Leo tuko hapa kumpatia heshima ya mwisho ndugu yetu George Were. Kama mvyoelezwa, he was my assigned pilot during the presidential elections of 2022. Tangu baba aliponitaja running mate 16th of May 2022, nilipewa Captain George Were kuniendesha, and there was an assigned helicopter for 2 months and a half. Tulizunguka hii Kenya, tulizunguka kwa easy and difficult terrains. George was very professional. Na ni mtu mwenye roho ya kupenda watu. Mtu ambaye alifanya kazi yake kwa hali ya juu zaidi. And that is why we are all the more perplexed about the accident on the fateful day. But like my colleague Eugene has said, we will wait for investigations. But I am a witness that he was a very, very good pilot. Ile kazi amefanyia watu wa Kenya, not just in the army, but as a pilot, talks for itself, and we are here as a testimony to that. And many, many people who would not be able to come here and who know him and loved him for his professionalism. To the family, may God give you strength. May God continue to give you the needs, your daily needs, so that Mama Emily is able to take forward George's family. Iko Gasisi alisema juu ya mambo ya peace. Mimi ningependa kuomba Wakenya wote, na sababu tuko Nyakach, wakaaji wa Nyakach, hata ukiletewa pesa na mwanasiasa kama mimi, wa upande wowote, iwe ni wa serikali au ni wa upinzani, usikubali kutoa fujo. Wacheni tukae na amani. Kama mwanasiasa anataka fujo itolewe, alete mtoto wake awe wa kwanza wa hiyo fujo. Lakini tusichukue watoto wa maskini kama watu hawana maana, kuwapatia pesa ya kutoa fujo. Ukiwa lazima uchukue pesa, chukua na usitoe fujo. Hataweza kukudai hiyo pesa. Wacha tuwe na amani, wacha tushindane kwa njia ya amani. Niko na hofu sababu sikufanyiwa introduction ya kutosha. Nilikuwa waziri wa sheria na masuala ya kikatiba. Nilikuwa waziri wa maji, na hapa iko project kadhaa mtaenda muone jina yangu ambayo nilizindua. Pia nilikuwa running mate, hiyo ishasemwa. Na nitakuwa mgombea wa urais 2027. Kwa hivyo baba ameenda, Captain George Were ameenda, lakini kwa hiari ya Mwenyezi Mungu Martha bado yuko. Tunaishi kwa matumaini Hakuna mtu ako na certificate ya kumwambia 2027 atakuweko. Lakini kwa hiyo matumaini, natumai nitaingia humu, nitakuja tuzungumze vizuri. Vile mlinipenda nikiwa running mate wa baba, naomba munipende huko mbele. Na ndivyo rais wa leo Ruto apate yake 1 term na mimi nipate yangu 1 term. Hata mimi siulizi mbili. 1 term kwa Ruto, 1 term kwa Karua. Mimi naomba Mungu amlaze ndugu yetu mpendwa wetu Lieutenant Kano Were in peace, aendelee kusimamia familia yake. Na nikimaliza kabisa, nimesahau kuintroduce chairman wangu wa Kisumu County Regional Coordinator for Nyanza and Western, Joshua Akongo. Na chama yenyewe na Kenya ndio tulipaka rangi ikawa People's Liberation Party, PLP. Nitakuja with the purple train. Ero kamano.
Aya, well said. Thank you, PLP. Aya. Munataka power. Munajua power. Power was with us in church, but he was not able to be here today. But if you see all these fellows and you see Adoma, unajua tuko wapi? Thank you very much. Aya, let me call another power.
Aya, msimamo chukulia, you can react.
Ya hapo nimepaona nikapafuatilia vizuri kaka Njiru, na my party leader amezungumza jambo la maana zaidi kwamba yeye anaamini na uwiano wa taifa, aminiane na haya mambo ambayo wao wengine ni kamba wanayaeneza sasa, kuwa na chuki binafsi baina ya watu wa mlima na Wanyanza kwa sababu ya aidha kwa masuala na uongozi. So vitu kama hivi ndivyo ambavyo mimi huwa vinanitamausha kwa viongozi ambao wanagawa, lakini mama hapa ameliweka wazi kwamba muhimu wa mwisho wa siku wananchi tubaki kwenye fungu letu, tusizushe wala tusilete vurugu bure kwa vitu ambavyo vitakuwa havina msingi haswa. Kwa maana hiyo nafungamana na kauli yake zaidi kwamba hamna haja. Tofauti za kisiasa zipo, lakini isiwe ni uchochezi. Sasa ukiangalia haswa ukomavu huu, alafu ukiangalia na yale amezungumza Cheriot na Sudi after hapo, kwanza alizungumza la pesa na Sudi akamwaga milioni 2 hapo tayari. So tunaonyesha ule tofauti wa hii jinsi ilivyo, kwa sababu inaamini kwamba kwa kupiana hela vile hadharani ndio wametengezea mwananchi, si yale ambao yamo wakatiba. Yale watakuja wamwage hela basi hapo washatimiza la mwananchi. Hiyo ndio siasa ambayo wameirithi, kwa sababu the West ndio walikuwa na react ana tofauti na vile vitu ambavyo wana react kwenye mikutano yake. Kwa mfano ifika wale wapukusha na mwambia wewe kaa hapo tutamalizana wewe, waacha baadaye nitakuona kama ukicheza hiyo asudi hapo. So hakuna kitu tofauti na siasa ya Kenya Kwanza kwa hawa, na ni ya majivuno kuonekana kwamba wao wanavyo, kwa wanaweza mwaga zozote pale popote pale na kuona kwamba hayo ndio maendeleo, of which hayo si maendeleo, ni uchafuzi wa hela za mwananchi. So my party leader amesimama strong, amewaeleza na kwenda mpaka debeni, na kweli ako na branch mpaka huko, sababu si kwamba ni la uongo, yuko all over. So hilo ndio nataka kuliongezea la my party leader hapa, lakini kubwa zaidi ni ile ambayo umeliuliza Julia hapa kwamba vipi upinzani Brown unatupa mashaka. Je, tuamini? Hilo ndio swali kwa umeuliza swali, na mimi naweza nikasema kwa kiasi kubwa tuweke matumaini yetu si kwa wanasiasa, lakini pia tuweke matumaini yetu kwa wananchi. Sisi ndio kusema kwa muda huu, sisi ndio tutakao sema haswa ipi njia. Sasa kile kimebaki ni watuambie tu viongozi wetu wale ambao watasimama nasi, mmoja wao atakayeajaliwa atuambie tu kule mbele haswa kukoje, haswa katika masuala na wanaofungamana na uchaguzi, haswa masuala na IBC. Kwa hiyo akishatueleza tutajua tutajua kwamba tutajiandaa haswa kwamba tunaenda kwa fair game, kwa sababu kile tunahitaji hapa ni fair game, kwa sababu ground ishazungumza, ilichobaki ni fair game. So hawa viongozi wang'ang'ane na hilo, lakini sasa wasitukatishe tamaa na wakavunja kundi jingi ama roho na nyoyo za watu wengi kwa kuanza kuleta milumbano. Sasa kama vile labda tunaishuhudia, hawa wanasema kwamba hatutaunga mkono huyu, wale wanasema kwamba kama party leader wetu hatazungumziwa, hatawekwa hapa, basi tunajitema. So katika hii nampa mbavu yule ambaye mnashinda naye, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku kila mnavyogawa kura ndivyo ambavyo mupa nguvu mpinzani wenu. So waje kwa moja, wasimamishe mtu tena kwa haraka, Wakenya wajue, ili tusimame na wao kikamilifu kuna debeni, haswa tukijiandaa kutengeza njia nyeupe kule mbele, kwa sababu palipofikia mimi si manifesto, ni panda mti toa mti. Hiyo ndo kauli yangu, toa mti panda mti. So tunatoa huyu tunaweka mwingine, hiyo ndio sawa. But to me sina mambo mengi haswa leo, haswa kwa sababu mengi mmeyazungumza kakangu Jiru hapa, na langu semi ni lile kwamba fungu letu kama wananchi tusimame kwenye fungu letu haswa. Tutakmini kwamba sisi ndio ambaye tutaweza kuleta mageuzi ya kweli. Hatukusema ndio huyu hakuna wa kupinga, na ndio huyu ni kumaanisha kama ni kumpiga kura basi tupige kura kupitiliza, kuonyesha kweli tumesinywa haswa, alafu tuone itakuwaje. Lakini kiukweli malumbano yaliyo ndani ambayo yanajionyesha machoni kwa hadharani yanatoa mausha haswa upande wa United Position, kuonekana na ule ukamilifu kwamba wamejipanga ama bado kuna minong'ono. So camp ya Gachagua na Malala watengeneze yao, lakini vile vile pia aamini kwamba simwamini kiasi hicho, kwa sababu ya yale ambayo Malala anajionyesha kwayo. Kwa hivyo katika hapo kwenye DCP wa mchungu, then United Position pia uendelee kuangalia hao ambao wana mitazamo tofauti, but niwaombee tu kila laheri viongozi wangu wakuja drawing board, kwa sababu hakuna uhaba wa viongozi upande huu, viongozi wa tena, lakini wa backup ambaye wataweza kueleza jamii nzima kwamba ama jamii zile za jamii za viongozi wengine kwamba kuna haja sasa ya kubackup huyu, kwa sababu tumeona kwamba ndiye anayefaa. Nadhani kwa viongozi wenyewe kujitokeza mstari wa mbele kwamba tumeamua kwa kauli moja, sidhani kama wananchi wataweza kupinga. So wakiamua ni Matiang'i, basi wa Wiper waamini lile na walikubali kwa kikamilifu kwa huyo kiongozi mwenyewe wa Wiper kuweza kusimama mbele. Wakisema ni Wiper, basi wale wa Jubilee waamini kwamba ni hili. Wakisema ni PLP, basi waamini kwamba huyu kiongozi ambaye tumemsimamisha yeye ndio ambaye anafaa hapo, kwa wale wengine wote wapo. Wakifanya hivyo tena kwa haraka zaidi, basi tutakuwa tumenusurika zaidi. Lakini hii chelewa, mwisho wa siku utamkuta mwanasi wako ama ni sawasawa tunatafuta na shuka saa 12 kumekucha. Asante.
Yeah, sawa msimamo. I think because of the confusion which is now starting to wreck us, I think from my own wisdom, the challenge which we are subjected to is not what Gachagua was saying, ati candidate wetu akijulikana saa hii ati he will be milled by Ruto. No, I think our challenge which we have now is ni vizuri opposition, you are subjected to different circumstances, and for me I think the circumstance which we have is not like the 2021. Hii circumstance tuko nayo ni long range, is not a short range, because we already the candidate who we know, yule ambaye tunaongea na tunapigana naye ni candidate ambaye he keeps on ana shida, ni mtu wa kuplant mamozi na vitu zingine. So wacha tujue candidate wetu saa hii, watu wa collapse mapema, story ishe, kuliko watu tuseme tunakaa mpaka injury time, alafu sasa by September ili wakati tunajua candidate wetu next year ikiwa imebaki 3 months, alafu timu yetu. So kama timu yetu ina collapse hii, so that we can know how to assemble. So for me, if I was to give the United Opposition an advice, in the next 3 months, they better, that is the best time to know their candidate. Wachapane na Ruto hiyo mwaka mmoja iko hapo. Yes, and we need to start. Na kama sio hivyo, another thing which they can start also doing, although I don't know in Kenya. It's an advice nasema. We can begin doing I don't know why like the Kenyan opposition we don't want to be creative. We can do like the American stuff. Let's have delegates maybe between now and the huko. Then let's have a delegate system ya kuchagua. So like we have caucuses. We can have caucuses whereby like tunasema watu Embu chagueni kiongozi wa United Opposition yule mnataka. Aya Kiambu chagueni kiongozi wa United Opposition yule mnataka. So we can even and that's the reason why America has 15 months. The reason why America has 15 months to know the candidate, it is because the caucus system takes a lot of time. I know bwana Musimamo unajuanga hivyo, kabla ya Donald Trump ama Barack Obama akuye candidate, lazima kwanza hapigiwe kura ndani ya chama kwa state zote. Ndio inaitangwa caucuses. Na amass delegates, you amass delegates from every place. So I think because we have 47 counties, I think it has reached a level whereby we can use delegate levels county-wise. If not that, they have to tell us the candidate as early as between now and. So for me, the critical time is June. Ikipita June, hawana mpango. Because the candidate we have, you can already see, and we have to run with what happened with Raila 2022. Immediately, Raila Odinga na Martha Karua wamekuwa announced, walidestabilize hiyo team. Dhuru kuanzia kuchukua kina Mudavadi na watu wengine. And that is where now our things were not able to tie up. So, it is better our team to collapse now, and we reassemble the team as we go on. Kuliko sasa, our team to collapse at a time when you cannot correct mistakes. Any mistake, any political mistake we can do now can be corrected, but it will be very difficult to correct a mistake. That's why, like in America, they have what they call October surprises. The reason why in America wanakuanga na October surprises ya presidential election, because October surprises, they are those mistakes which are believed you cannot correct them na zinakujanga kukumaliza. So let's not have a candidate as a surprise. In case he is not accepted by Kenyans, we have nowhere to go to retract. Unajua hata tunaweza leta candidate na tumungue kama Wakenya hawataki. Kama vile mademocrats wametufunza hiyo. Mademocrats wamekuwa na Joe Biden, ikafika pahali wakasema, wacha tuweke Kamala Harris somewhere. And you can only do that way if you have time. But I believe they are more intelligent, they are good, they can think. We have to think as a people. We have to think how to build a front which can actually agree with issues and what we want as a society. So it's very important. Yeah, so wacha nitoe sura ya Kindiki hapa. Martha Karua ameongea. So let's see the solidarity, na muniambie mbona kila regime lazima ikuwe na wale watu wanateseka. I think hii regime ni kama imeamulia huyu bwana waekee kidogo.
Ever since my dermatologist recommended you Strength Radiantone, I'm kind of obsessed with the results. I just keep getting better.
Wacha tuone.
Did you know there's a way to become your own bank with the right life insurance policy? It's called Indexed Universal Life Insurance. Like all.
Sasa. Oh, munasikia? Unasikia vizuri? That's all. Have you seen Steve? Steve up. Yes. One. Oh. He's going. He's going. I'm going. So I want to just introduce to this guy. No. He's going down. To insist on that. Yes, I'm there. The president of our president. Yes. So we move it. So what I'm doing, I'll go and insist that I want to go in for the influence. Then I can then you do okay. You do that. Let's go through the one. We got the three of us. Okay. I'm going to ask.
Hata PLO yuko kumbe PLO anaweza kuwa mtu wa solidarity. At least ni watu wamejitokeza. Wanajuanga occasionally inaweza kuramba pia ile part.
We have met. We have met. Yeah, nikiondoka. And I have his number. Habari ya maofisa. Uko salama? Yes. Sasa umefika hapa. Hata wewe. Hata wewe.
Tuko area. Tuko area.
Who is in charge? Wapi officer? Who is in charge? Call him in charge. Ni ule. Whoever is in charge. Whoever is in charge. Who's in charge? Hey.
Hata Wanga aliingia.
Now, who is in charge? He's the one? Yule. Kuja. Hapana ogopa. Musiogope. You are police officers. Ako wapi? But you're the one, who is in charge here? The one senior here on the ground. Yes, I'm the ground. Fine. I want to get to my premises because I have papers that my lawyers are working on for my case Monday. My lawyers are here. So the instruction which you are, yes. There should be no person to enter. Yes. This place is called Dari Business Park. It is my place. Do you have any documentation that makes you evict me from my place? Let me call the hospital.
Ndio nilikuwa nikitaka kuelewa. Sasa hawa mapolisi hawajakuja na papers ati hii Kenya rule of law. Anyway, mimi sitaki kutetea huyu jamaa. Simujui and I don't know the crime he has done. But why would these people come without papers? Makaratasi ni simu. That is a problem which I'm having. Like whether Tuju are stolen or not, you are supposed to evict him procedurally. Tuju made a grave mistake when he talked about the 3 commissioners who stole elections for Ruto. That is when his goose was cooked. Remember, the 3 are now the confidence of Ruto. Anyway, let's listen. So wameamua kumaliza Tuju kabisa. Anyway, but hii ni mchezo ya anyway.
What's the update so far? Come again? What's the update so far? Yeah. The update I can give you is that we've been here since 2:40 a.m. this morning. They forcefully got into the place. Police officers, when they came, the guards opened for them. And they ended up chasing our guards. And they got in. By the time I got here at about 2:59, 3 o'clock, I tried to get an entry and they stopped. They have refused to give me entry. And until now, I have an office here. I have documents here. And we have 23 offices in this place, at least, a total of 24 businesses when you add the Tamarind. We have lawyers who have got offices here, and they need access to their offices because they have cases on the market. Even with that kind of reasoning, they only tell me that I have to talk to the OCPD. The OCPD is not picking his form, and I actually sympathize with these officers because when I ask them, what are you doing here? They only say they have been given instructions to come to this place. We've had a total of 16 to 20 police vehicles here, and it's only me. Even if they're looking for me, why should they come with more than 100 police officers? The worst that we have is that businesses which run near, like the Tamarind restaurant,
mapolisi wa Kenya wanakuanga idle sana. Unatuma mapolisi 100 hapa. Kwani imekuwa battalion?
Had to close today because they did not allow their...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Ni noma sana. Hebu tuone.
Elimu KTN.
Kwingineko, aliyekuwa waziri Raphael Tuju aliondolewa kwa nguvu kutoka kwenye mali yake iliyoko Karen baada ya polisi kuzingira eneo hilo. Maafisa walizingira jumba hilo la kibiashara la Dari wakifunga lango la jengo hilo na kuzuia watu kuingia na kutoka. Eneo hilo lina takriban biashara 25 zikiwa ofisi za Tuju. Kama anavyoripoti mwanahabari wetu Catherine Imuraget, hatua hii inajiri wakati kuna mzozo wa kisheria ambao unaendelea kati ya kampuni ya Tuju ya Dari Limited na benki ya East African Development Bank kuhusu mkopo wa mabilioni ya pesa.
Kwenye jumba la biashara la Dari kando ya barabara ya Ngong, magari kadhaa ya polisi yameegeshwa nje ya eneo hilo. Inaripotiwa kuwa maafisa wa polisi waliwasili hapa majira ya saa 8 na dakika 40 alfajiri.
I think there are more than 110 policemen here. I'm safe.
Tuju amekosoa uwepo wa polisi akisema hali hiyo imevuruga shughuli za makumi ya biashara zilizopo ndani ya eneo hili, huku vita vya kisheria kuhusu umiliki wa mali hiyo vikiendelea.
The long and short of it is that they are not interested in being paid. They've always been interested in taking my properties in Karen. They happen to be very prime in terms of their location, both here and on Tree Lane, on Ngong Road and off Ngong Road. And it amounts to a total of, say, actually 27 acres. If tomorrow they say, pay us, I have enough network to pay them off.
Operesheni hiyo inajiri katikati ya mzozo wa muda mrefu kati ya Tuju na benki ya East African Development ambayo iliweka mali hiyo kwenye mnada ikidai kuwa Tuju alishindwa kulipa mkopo uliotumika kuendeleza eneo hilo. Mzozo huo umekuwa mahakamani kwa miaka kadhaa na Tuju anasisitiza kuwa ataendelea kupinga hatua hizo kupitia mahakama.
I'll only use legal means because I cannot hire enough goons to compete with the government in hiring goons. They don't even have to hire goons. Some of the policemen who came here were wearing hoods. They didn't want their pictures to be taken. So that's a competition I cannot manage.
Hatua ya kuchukuliwa kwa mali hiyo inafuatia uamuzi wa mahakama uliotolewa Jumanne ulioruhusu kutwaliwa kwa mali hiyo ya Karen ili kusaidia kurejesha deni linalokadiriwa kuwa zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 1.9. Hata hivyo, mahakama ilimpa Tuju nafasi ya kukata rufaa. Haya yanajiri siku chache baada ya Tuju kumwandikia Jaji Mkuu Martha Koome akidai kuwa kuna baadhi ya maafisa ndani ya idara ya mahakama wanaohusika na ufisadi kuhusiana na kesi hiyo. Tuju amejaribu kubadilisha uamuzi wa mahakama nchini Uingereza uliotoa nafasi kwa benki hiyo kumfuatilia kudai deni hilo. Amepinga mara kadhaa kuuzwa kwa mali hizo kwa mnada na hata kujaribu kuondolewa kwa majaji wa mahakama ya juu ya Kenya baada ya kukataa kusikiliza ombi lake, huku akiwa pia amewasilisha malalamishi dhidi yao katika tume ya huduma za mahakama. Catherine Imuraget, KTN, Nairobi.
Na mwanamume mmoja kutoka eneo la Tigania kwenye kaunti ya Meru amefariki baada ya kudaiwa kukatwakatwa na...
In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin.
Muone Gladys Wanga akipigia Ruto simu hapo. Tuone. Ndio simu ya anapigia Ruto. Begging him. Wow. Yeah.
I'll get this ready, Dose.
Step into a world where the fun never ends and the possibilities are endless. Welcome to
Yeah. Yeah, so that is what happened to Tuju. Yeah, I hope his wars will reduce over time. Just as in these political wars, yeah, I hope he is doing the right thing as well. Yeah, sababu unajua serikali ikipata pahali ya kumkamata. Anyway, let's listen to Sifuna as I wind up our show number 1. Let's listen to this.
To the presiding bishop, Professor Okinda, our newly minted bishop of our cathedral here in Ruai, Bishop Kiragu, to all of you who have come to witness this beautiful ceremony. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Yesu, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Bishop, naomba kwanza uniruhusu nizungumze nikiwa hapa kwa heshima ya madhabahu hapa juu. Wengine wetu sio wasafi kama nyinyi. So, as a bishop of this facility, please allow me to speak from here so that we can keep your sanctuary clean from where the word of God will be proceeding every Sunday in this cathedral. Sindio? Munaniona vizuri? Uko juu munaniona vizuri? Mimi ndio Sifuna. kwa maombi yenu na kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu nasimama katika kanisa hili lenu mpya nikiwa bado katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, seneta wenu hapa Nairobi, na pia naibu kiranja wa walio wachache kwenye bunge la Senate. Tangu tuonane watu wa Ruai, tangu tuonane vile ambavyo president worship yetu imefanya hapa, mimi Mungu amenibariki, naruka kama tai, lakini ile kitu imenishinda ni kudance. Hiyo mtanisamea. Kwa hivyo dancing ilivyokuwa ikiendelea hapa, move zangu sio kama za Janet na hao wengine, na zile za president worship walikuwa hatari sana. Tuwapigie makofi. Ruai, mujipigie makofi kwa sababu sio kazi rahisi. Na unajua tulisikia tunakuja dedication.
What's that say? This is for real. Your debt is completely wiped off.
I'm so glad.
Tukajua mmemaliza kazi. Lakini tuko na macho sisi wale tumekaa hapa. Tumeona kuna mahali rangi imepungua. Bishop, kuna mahali hapo juu simiti haijabaki, hajaingia mzuri, si ndio? Sasa nataka nitoe pledge yangu kwa niaba ya hii team hapa, ya kwamba kwa sababu tulikuwa tunajua imeisha na tumeona mahali kuna gaps, hii wiki inakuja, Mheshimiwa Janet huko, tutakutuma na kitu ya kuweza kumaliza kazi ambayo imebaki pale, hata kama ni rangi peke yake. Kwa leo, kwa sababu tumekuja kumcelebrate bishop wetu mpya, tulikuwa tumembebea kitu. Yeye na mama yetu hapa wakitaka waingie Dubai wapige sherehe kwa hii kazi, sitakuwa ni sawa? So Bishop Okinda, ukiniruhusu, nataka niletewe mzigo ya bishop, tumpatie rasmi ndio niendelee, alafu nitawatambulisha wale wametoa hiyo mzigo, si ndio? Asante DJ. So mimi nataka nikuwe mfupi, Bishop Professor, vile asante DJ. Asante DJ. So mimi nataka nikuwe mfupi, Bishop Professor, vile mnajua mimi ni Mkatoliki, lakini leo nimejifunza mambo fulani kutoka kwa kanisa la PEFA. First of all, nimeshtuka sana wakati ambapo leadership ya PEFA inakuwa introduced ni ma PhD tu, madaktari, maprofesa. Na vile Janet amesema, ukisikiza preaching ambayo tumepatiwa hapa, you can tell ya kwamba yule mtu anakuhubiria amesoma. We can tell from the presentation that has been made here. We are very, very challenged with the sort of caliber of the leadership in this particular church. It tells you that whatever vocation or calling you are called to, muhimu uende shule pia, si ndio? Upigie makofi. Nimejifunza ya kwamba kanisa la PEFA linaheshimu katiba yake, si kufanya tu vitu kiolela tu hivi. Wakati wana consecrate ama kuinstall bishop mpya, lazima katiba isomwe hapa. Nimesikia SG wao katibu wao mkuu ni PhD, anakuja anasoma katiba, anasema pursuant to this article tunakufanyia hii na hii na hii. Unapatiwa kila kitu kwa njia ambayo ni ya nini? Heshima. Kuna wakora wengine walijaribu kunifurusha kama SG wa ODM, hata hawezi kusoma katiba yao wenyewe wajue katiba inasemaje kuhusu njia ya kutoa SG wao. Tunapambana na hao wakora, tunasema wajifunze kutoka kwa kanisa la PEFA, si ndio? Sio kufanya tu vitu kimalamala, unachukua mtu unamweka ati wewe sasa wewe ndio SG, anza kusoma, anajiita mheshimiwa mimi. Nani huyo? Mumeona vile watu wanaingizwa kwa ofisi kwa njia ya kustaarabu na njia ambayo ni ya kuheshimika. Mheshimiwa Professor Okinda, mimi leo you have made some nilikuwa ni kama niko class. I don't know if you noticed, I was just taking notes because there are things that I have learned here today I have been blessed, I have been taught. I feel like I've come from a class. Ya kwamba umetuambia kuna vitabu 66 pale kwa Bible zimeandikwa na watu 40, lakini hakuna confusion ama contradiction. Over 1,000 years, people have been able to put this book together na hakuna contradiction kwa hiyo kitabu. Hiyo nimejifunza hapa leo. Kuna watu wengine hapa wanajifanya walikuwa wanajua. Janet, wewe ndio ulikuwa una dance hapo, ulikuwa unajua hiyo mambo. You have spoken to us about the longevity of the word of God. I have been moved. You have told us the story of Tononoka. And as you know, some of us, Bishop, from the time you are using Tononoka to spread the word in 57, some of us were not there. These days we use it for political rallies. We are scheduled as a Linda Mwananchi team to be in Tononoka after this Ramadan. And just like 1957, we are people who are blind. We are people who are blind in the political world. They have decided ya kwamba watafumba macho kwa ile suffering ya mwananchi ambayo inaendelea Kenya hii. Watafumba macho kwa yale maovu ambayo yanatekelezwa katika nchi hii yetu na serikali ambayo iko kwa sasa. Tunaomba kwamba just like in 1957 when we go to Tononoka, wafunguke macho. We hope that the spirit that was there in 1957 that healed that blind man will open the eyes of these people who have decided that they are going to close their eyes to what is happening in our country. Because as you have told me there is longevity in the word of God. Haijaisha, tutaipata huko Tononoka, si ndio? You have told us that it is unchanging in its content. Neno la Bwana halitabadilika. You have told us ya kwamba iko na uponyaji ndani. Haya ni mambo ambayo nimejifunza hapa. Na ukisikia nikitaja jina yako mahali, usikazirike. Mimi nikikutana na mtu kama wewe, nataka tuunde urafiki. Nimejua leo pia wewe unapenda mahindi choma kama mimi. Mumeona vile watu wanaingizwa kwa ofisi kwa njia ya kustaarabu na njia ambaye ni ya kuheshimika. Mheshimiwa Professor Okinda, mimi leo you have made some nilikuwa ni kama niko class. I don't know if you noticed, I was just taking notes because there are things that I have learned here today.
Here's how you can take advantage of IUL to build generational wealth. Step 1, purchase an...
I have been blessed, I have been taught. I feel like I've come from a class. Ya kwamba umetuambia kuna vitabu 66 pale kwa Bible zimeandikwa na watu 40, lakini hakuna confusion ama contradiction. Over 1,000 years, people have been able to put this book together na hakuna contradiction kwa hiyo kitabu. Hiyo nimejifunza hapa leo. Kuna watu wengine hapa wanajifanya walikuwa wanajua. Janet, wewe ndio ulikuwa una dance hapo, ulikuwa unajua hiyo mambo. You have spoken to us about the longevity of the word of God. I have been moved. You have told us the story of Tononoka. And as you know, some of us, Bishop, from the time you are using Tononoka to spread the word in 57, some of us were not there. These days we use it for political rallies. We are scheduled as a Linda Mwananchi team to be in Tononoka after this Ramadan. And just like 1957, we are people who are blind. We are people who are blind in the political world. They have decided ya kwamba watafumba macho kwa ile suffering ya mwananchi ambayo inaendelea Kenya hii. Watafumba macho kwa yale maovu ambayo yanatekelezwa katika nchi hii yetu na serikali ambayo iko kwa sasa. Tunaomba kwamba just like in 1957 when we go to Tononoka, wafunguke macho. We hope that the spirit that was there in 1957 that healed that blind man will open the eyes of these people who have decided that they are going to close their eyes to what is happening in our country. Because as you have told me there is longevity in the word of God. Haijaisha, tutaipata huko Tononoka, si ndio? You have told us that it is unchanging in its content. Neno la Bwana halitabadilika. You have told us ya kwamba iko na uponyaji ndani. Haya ni mambo ambayo nimejifunza hapa. Na ukisikia nikitaja jina yako mahali, usikazirike. Mimi nikikutana na mtu kama wewe, nataka tuunde urafiki. Nimejua leo pia wewe unapenda mahindi choma kama mimi. Unajua Bishop, as your SG, wakati ambapo natembea Kenya mzima, I have already mapped out Kenya hii. Ukitumia barabara ya Maimahi, kuna hapo kwa escarpment wanachoma mahindi mzuri sana, unaingia Narok unaenda huko. Ukitumia barabara ya Narok Pale Mau Summit wanachoma mahindi mzuri sana. Ukipiga hiyo kona ukienda Londiani iko mahindi hapo. Mapu ya mahindi niko naye. Ukipita hii ya Nakuru ukipita hii ya Nakuru kwa junction ya kuingia pale Kijabe Hospital wanachoma mahindi mzuri. Lakini siku hizi Bishop, hata watu wakiniona nikikunywa maji ama jenzi wanasema usikunywe wewe, watakumaliza. Sasa sijui kama naweza endelea kuenjoy mahindi. Lakini hiyo hadithi ambayo umeniambia leo ya huyu mzee Adua Witi, Bishop, nataka wewe na mimi tukue marafiki, kwa sababu unaweza ona nimetoka Ruai, nimeingia Ruai kama mtu wa kawaida, tumekutana hapa, nimetoka uone nimewekewa gari iko na bendera hapo mbele. Sasa mimi leo sikuachi, lazima tukue marafiki. Mimi nimeona gari iko na bendera, sijui kama nyinyi mmeiona kwa sababu tumekutana na yeye Bishop. Kwa hivyo nataka nimalizie niseme, wanafikiria hiyo gari ya bendera, wengine wetu hatutoshi kuingia ndani. Vile umesema, they are saying a lot of things about us. Wanasema sisi ni vijana wadogo, hati unahitaji pesa, mabilioni ya pesa, wanatutisha, hawataki tufanye mikutano yetu. Lakini wewe mwenyewe umesema ya kwamba this thing will not end with our generation, kwa sababu neno la Mungu bado liko, hata kama Sifuna hatafika. Unajua nyinyi mnajua historia yangu, si ndio? I am not the first Sifuna, by the way. I am not the first Sifuna. My uncle was doing these same things, fighting for the same things that I'm fighting for right now in the 80s when I was a teenager. Not even a teenager, I was 5 years old in 1987. Mzee Lawrence Sifuna alikuwa anafanya hii maneno. I can assure you that I will not be the last Sifuna, kwa sababu tumeombewa hapa, si ndio? Sasa mimi nataka nikamilishie hapo na niombe bishop wetu mpya. Unajua wamesema hii mafuta yako ndio bado fresh. Hii ndio iko na nguvu. Na wewe hatutoki hapa mpaka na wewe tubariki. Hii mpya ndio tunataka. Ndio tukitoka pale mbele, hata kukuwe na adui yupi, tuweze kupambana na yeye kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, si ndio? Asanteni sana. Nataka kuintroduce rafiki zangu wale ambao tumetembea na wao, na mkiniruhusu, sijui kama tumemaliza 30 minutes yetu, aseme tu jina na mahali ametoka, muone sura zao, msikie sauti zao. Niko na apology ya MCA wa hapa, anaitwa Karis, kwa sababu nilimpigia jana na tumeongea naye asubuhi. He had an event, lakini alisema nifikishe apologies zake. Naomba kwa nafasi hii basi nipewe mic nyingine tafadhali. DJ Spider, simama watu wakuone. Huyu ndio DJ Spider. Huyu ndio DJ wa baba na anatembea na sisi. Haya, tuanze na rafiki yangu, watu wale locals wa hapo kwa.
Sikuwahi kuwa nimeona DJ Spider. Anyway, he looks royal. Ndio huyo kijana ako na manywele hivi. Yeah, well maintained. Okay, sawa. Yeah, wacha Sifuna amalizie, then tusikilize Chris kumekucha.
Kulikuwa na list nilikuwa nimepatiwa. Iko wapi Mheshimiwa Mudoni? Kama wewe ni wa Ruai, kuja, just say your name and where you're from or the city that you look for. Asante. 1 minute each, please.
Bwana asifiwe. Asifiwe tena. Bishop present na wakaaji wote wa Ruai, hamjambo. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Samuel Githumburu, mkaaji wa hapa zaidi ya miaka 40 sasa. Hata mimi Bishop, mimi ni wa PEFA by extension ya hapa Ruai, kwa sababu hii kiwanja.
I wanted a trip I'd never forget. The hotel was so beautiful. People, flavors, new experiences. Chase Sapphire Reserve.
If you're struggling with depression and not feeling the comfort and peace that you need, I invite you to meet with missionaries like me from the church.
Budi kumbe ulikuwa unasikiliza. Na mnajifanya hapo amuko kwa studio. Hebu ingia kwa studio, you contribute alafu uende. So kumbe mnanichungulianga mkua. Nywele ni nywele well maintained ama ni nywele na mambo ya kisasa. I don't know how to put it. hana nywele kama yangu. Unajua tu yangu tu iko. Yangu. Wow. Anyway, wacha niwekee Ndindi Nyoro hapa kabla ya
ni Mkenya na hata wanajua ni Mkenya mgani. So tafadhali, siku hizi hakuna Wakenya wa kuhadaa na story propaganda. Say it as it is. Fox News kama ya US inajulikanaga ni ya Republicans. CNN and Warner Brothers Discovery, people know they support Democrats. Even now in Kenya, if you buy a media house and you're a politician, and especially you are a politician who is sitting already in a country, in a position, sema tu umenunua, hatuna shida hata ukinunua, lakini hata Wakenya wajue wakisoma gazeti ni handwriting yako. Wethaga oye. Kuja young man. What's your name? Ebu apia jina ulipata grade gani?
My name is Engineer Peter Njoroge Mburu. I scored an A-plane.
Sasa huyu kijana ako hapa shule kama mwalimu kabla anagoja kwenda university. Na kwa sababu baba yake wanaishi Kiadutu kama my father. Sasa story ya university mpaka ukuwe engineer. Now you choose a course around technology. Hapo ndio utatajirika zaidi. Najua unataka pesa hata wewe. Choose a course around technology. Kwa sababu najua kuna countless opportunities in Kenya and in the world. Na story ya school fees yako tagu uingie university mpaka kumaliza. Hiyo ni Ndindi Nyoro atalipa. Sawa. So Richard, kuja tafadhali. Na ukuje na hiyo kitu kingine ni kwa nini nimekuambia. President wa shule kuja, president wa Wethaga. So huyo kijana kwa sababu amefanya tusikie proud. Hata mimi naenda nikisema mnajua Wethaga iko Kiharu bwana. So huyu kijana uchukue namba ya huyu. Siku unaingia university, school fees itakupata huko. Wewe ndiye utaenda, itakuwa imeenda mbele yako. Na kwa sababu in terms of jurisdiction sio wa Kiharu, hiyo hatutatumia CDF ya Kiharu, hiyo tutalipa vile tunafaa kulipa. Sawa sawa. Second thing, huyu president najua hamkuragi chapo. Goja. Zile chapo nimesema, si tunapeana day schools peke yake. Si ndio? Na kwa sababu inahitaji mipango mingi sana kuprepare, mimi sipendi kuannounce vitu bila mwelekeo vizuri. Sawa sawa? Napenda nikiannounce kitu nimefanya hesabu na imeingiana. Na kwa sababu kulipisha kwenye hamkuli chapo, kesho president atapanga kama vile mtaagiri utafanya na yeye. Kamkate kanini ile mtapanga, hii ni yenu. Boys, hii ni 100,000. Sawa. Pita pale kwa mwalimu kwa sababu hatutaki kusikia imepotea. Pita kwa mwalimu, naona ako na jacket anaweza weka hapa. Sawa, kama ataweka ni sawa. Sawa. Ati ape mwalimu mgani anaweke? Wacha ape principal. Amefanya bidii. Na by the way nimekuja hapa kwa sababu ya huyu Munene. Munene, huyu lab technician wenu ni rafiki yangu. Ndiye aliniita hapa. Ndio principal alitumia kuniita. Na mwalimu kwa sababu maneno ya vitabu na nini tutashughulikia. So hiyo pesa isinunue vitabu. Na hiyo pesa isiende kwa dormitory. Na hiyo pesa isiende kwa whiteboard. Hiyo pesa yote iende kwa tubo. na kwa sababu mwalimu pia Mr. Muigai, Mr. Gakuo, tafadhali simama. Huyu mwalimu amefanya bidii sana. Sana. Yani hii shule mpaka at 140 something wanaenda university. Na unajua day school zetu huwa the best improved teacher na number 1 per award tunawapelekaga Dubai as a motivation. So mimi nimesema hii story iko Dubai ikiisha kwa sababu tuna prepare kupeleka wale wa day schools. Ningetaka waende na wawidhaga pia ndio waonyeshe 140 something. So sawa. So tumekubaliana ati nini mnasema nini? Sawa. Hebu mwalimu wa hesabu kuja. Aya, tumpigie makofi. Ati nimesikia mahesabu hapa ni mteremko. Wethaga oye. Mtanikubalia kwa sababu tuende taratibu sio. Walimu wa day schools, the best teacher per subject, huwa tunawapeleka Mombasa kuogelea. Sawa sawa. Na kwa sababu mwalimu wetu wa math nimeona amejitahidi. Hata sitauliza kama alikuwa best ama best improved. Wale wengine wakienda Mombasa, pia yeye ataikia Kenya Airways, aende Mombasa, atiogelee vizuri, mahesabu ni mteremko. Asante sana. Lakini mwalimu hapa, principal wetu, mwalimu rudi tu kidogo tumalize. Lakini principal wetu, then kama ni hii April vita itakuwa imeisha ama ni August, najua ako na passport. Nikiangalia mwalimu wako na passport. So ataikia hapa, aende JKIA, aigie ndege aende Dubai, aende desert safari, aende downtown Dubai, aende Abu Dhabi, aende cruise dinner, kwa sababu amefanya kazi mzuri hapa Wilaya. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much. Tumpigie mheshimiwa makofi mazuri sana. Asante sana mheshimiwa. Makofi kwake, makofi mazuri. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
I can now.
Even before we have recovered from the bombshell from former AG Justin Muturi, which gave us inside information about President Ruto before he became president, even before we've recovered from that one, IEBC Maneno, yet another insider comes out and promptly starts spilling the beans. Gosh, what is Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro drinking these days? What is he smoking? Hey. You know, there is a local joke that really cracks me up every time. You know, when somebody does something crazy, you hear people saying, huyo amevuta bangi na akasahau kutoa mbegu. Kwani Ndindi Nyoro alisahau kutoa mbegu? What? I mean, this former very close ally of Ruto, actually Ruto's puppy dog in those days, wide admiring eyes, everything, is now suddenly a very different person. Maybe listened into one of the videos of this channel where we doubted whether he has really left Ruto. and maybe sending us a message. Who knows? But Nyoro these days seems to always be on an all-out attack against President Ruto. Mfululizo, without stopping. But his latest revelations, of course based on his inside information, is off the charts, for sure. But this time round, he has gone even over and beyond. And he has issued an ultimatum. Hey, Ndindi Nyoro says, if the government dares to jack up oil prices, EPRA normally reviews prices every month on the 15th, 14th night. The Kiharu legislator has threatened that he will reveal, he will expose the owners of the G2G deal. You know, the government-to-government deal that purchases all fuel we use in Kenya, people making super profits. He will reveal the names of those people. If the government dares to increase oil prices, citing the current ongoing war in the world's largest oil-producing area, the Middle East, this Iran-US-Israel conflict. If they dare jack up the prices using that as an excuse, Ndindi Nyoro will spill the beans and tell Kenyans the identity of these people. But in my opinion, according to what Ndindi Nyoro told us, he left no doubt on my mind as to who he was referring to, as to who exactly he was referring to. Oh, you want to be the richest man in Africa. Of course, we can guess very accurately who that is. But before we go into that story, I want us to quickly look at a terrible tragedy, that to me is yet another spiritual sign, something that happened just a few hours ago in Kapsabet, Nandi County. And then we'll quickly come back to these crazy, crazy things Ndindi Nyoro is saying. You know, in this life, you can tell somebody something very urgent in a whisper. They don't hear. So you raise your voice. Still, they don't hear. And then you shout. Still, they're not hearing what you're saying. And it is urgent, very urgent. And so you're forced to scream at the top of your voice. In my humble opinion, this latest incident in Kapsabet is a spiritual sign that is screaming at us over what we have been discussing on this channel about the fate of our dear motherland, the country called Kenya. Now, very quickly, for the sake of those who do not understand this area very well, Kapsabet is about 40 kilometers southwest of Eldoret. It is a very old town, one of the oldest towns in Kenya, full of history. It was from Kapsabet that Kenya's second president, as a very young man, walked 240 kilometers to a place called Kapsowar in Elgeyo Marakwet to purchase his first Bible, after selling his only cow for Kenya shillings 250, 2 shillings and 50 cents, so that he could afford his first Bible. 2 shillings and 50 cents was a huge fortune in those days. By the way, if you want to go today from Kapsabet to Kapsowar, it will only take you about 2 hours. The distance is definitely not 240 kilometers, but remember, we're talking about the 1940s. Roads were not straight. There was no road network like it is today. Now, please allow me a very quick aside. I have received very heavy criticism from some of the newer members of this channel who say, Chris akona story mingi sana. Why doesn't he get to the point? Let me take this opportunity today to quickly explain something. I did not teach myself the basics of politics. I was taught, and the person who taught me made it very clear to me, drummed it into my head, that it is impossible to analyze politics accurately without two things: the geography of a place and the history, extremely important. If you ignore those, you'll always get it wrong. Regulars will know that I'm, of course, referring to my late political lecturer, my dad. And the importance of geography and history in analyzing politics is best illustrated by something that happened to him. Actually, this is how he got his start as a serious political analyst. Now, I know you're asking, a cop, political analyst? Chris, get out of here. Let me explain.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel level control.
You know, the Basungu, the colonial administration, were very thorough and they did not like surprises. And so they used to very closely analyze political events before they happen. So 1963 elections in Busia, a Kadu zone, there were two major political parties then, KANU and KADU, and the local intelligence community are at the COP station in a meeting. And somebody in the meeting says, okay, we have agreed the KADU candidate is definitely going to win this Budalangi, it's called Budalangi these days, this Budalangi seat. Quite obvious, because this is a KADU zone. But I have this very intelligent police superintendent, Mkamba. He knows the locals quite well. Let's call him in for an opinion. And so they called in my political lecturer. And he told them that seat was going to be won by the KANU candidate, James Osogo. They did not even wait for him to explain to them why he had reached that conclusion. He was quickly shoved out of the room. I told you these Africans are stupid, intelligent by foot. Well, guess who won that seat? And you can check online. It was KANU's James Osogo. Without geography or history, forget analyzing any politics, even predicting the winner of a political seat. Anyway, let's move on quickly. Politically and spiritually speaking, Kapsabet is the headquarters of the Nandi community. And today, President Ruto was there to lead a Thanksgiving occasion. But then it ended in tragedy with the loss of life. One young student at the Kapsabet School for the Deaf lost their lives, and 10 others were very badly injured and are currently receiving medical attention. What happened is that as President Ruto's motorcade was approaching, the excited youngsters stood on top of a septic tank so that they could see the motorcade. The septic tank collapsed. Oh boy. In my opinion, this can be classified as a freak accident because ordinarily septic tanks are supposed to have reinforcement at the top, making it very difficult for them to collapse without any warning. And remember, this is a student facility. One is supposed to be extra careful when doing any construction or anything within a place where children are, because kids are kids. Unfortunate accident? Coincidence? Maybe. But being just a little spiritually sensitive, when you consider the fact that this has happened after a chain of events, birds invading State House, the floods, etc., and then this unfortunate accident, one is forced to be suspicious. In my humble view, and I don't have to be right, this is yet another spiritual sign screaming at us, confirming what we have already discussed on this channel. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I suggest that you quickly review our recent videos, especially the one detailing the spiritual meaning of the floods and the link between the spiritual and the natural. But let us just wait and see. Right, Dindi Nyoro. Now, one of the things that may have triggered this very sudden aggression in Dindi Nyoro, nothing to do with the big cigarette, Nambegu, is the fact that he has been doing some wonderful things in his Kiharu constituency. And unlike other UDA politicians, Dindi Nyoro has stood out, is shining amongst the people as a leader who improves the lives of his people. in a very dramatic, very swift manner. Now, historically in Kenyan politics, unfortunately, very unfortunately, you don't do that because you attract enemies. And these enemies can be very vicious towards you. Who do you think you are? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to show us? That kind of thing. And as things stand, Ndindi Nyoro, if he wants to get re-elected as Kiharu legislator, or if he goes for any other elective post within Murang'a, it really does not matter which party he vies under. It doesn't matter. Even UDA, he will win that election early in the morning. And I hope you understand why to the locals, it does not matter whether he's a mole for William Ruto or not. That is irrelevant because he has delivered solid results. And to the people on the ground, that is all that matters. All this other kizungu mingi is irrelevant, no matter how critical it is. That's just human nature for you. Now, if you think, if it has crossed your mind, that actually Ndindi Nyoro said nothing, Chris Kumekucha is exaggerating, hear this. Kenya's largest media house historically, Nation Media Group, has always had a major shareholder, in fact, the founder, the Aga Khan. Now, the Aga Khan family has recently sold all their shares, and there are many, many shares. Very powerful position this family has always had in Kenya's largest media house. They have sold all their shares to a Tanzanian investor, a regional investor. Hey, according to Ndindi Nyoro, there is nothing like that. Tanzanian investor, go tell that to the birds. This Tanzanian investor is not the person who has purchased those shares and therefore has controlling power over Nation Media House. The person who has bought those shares is a Kenyan who is well known to all Kenyans, Jijazie. And there's more, much more. Even the Tanzanian investor who purchased a major cement company in the country is a Kenyan, well known to all Kenyans. Ish. Ndindi Nyoro says this is an attempt to politicize the Nairobi Stock Exchange because all these major companies are listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Now, I'm not very sure what he means by that, but whatever he means is not good for long-suffering Kenyans. And that is why he's talking about it. And he adds, this person buying all these major assets, companies in the country, is also very heavily involved in the government-to-government oil deal. Manenos. You will remember that when President Ruto took over, private oil importers vanished. And that entire very lucrative industry is now controlled by politicians close to the government. That is not breaking news. Everybody knows that. But Ndindi Nyoro is going beyond that and is identifying the real owners. And is further implying that the fuel levy of 7 shillings, which was introduced in 2024, is going straight into people's pockets. And he said very clearly that he does not want to hear excuses of Iran. Oil prices are going up because of Iran. Until these people deal with this 7 shillings levy, remove it completely. Before they do that, Kenyans will not listen to this Iran excuse for jacking up oil prices dramatically. Now, there is another super fascinating thing that has happened that is very closely linked to this. Moses Kuria, oh yes, you remember Moses Kuria, former MP, a Jubilee man in those days, also in Ruto's cabinet, Moses Kuria has taken the trouble to explain in a tweet why whatever is going on in the Middle East cannot immediately affect our fuel prices here. And therefore he has asked Kenyans to relax. Now, according to me, Moses Kuria did not take the trouble to explain all this to us because he's sure fuel prices are not going to go up. No, it was strategic. And the whole idea is to spread word out there so that those who are greedy and may want to use the Iran excuse will fear, because it will already be in the public domain that the Iran manenos cannot be an excuse because of the way the G2G deal is structured. You know, there is even credit facilities. This fuel is not paid for immediately. Bottom line, although this deal is very evil, it's really profiting a few people in Kenya. Although that is 100% true, this deal also cushions Kenyans from sudden shocks, price shocks in the market because of the way it is structured. That is what Moses Kuria was trying to say. And so I wait for the 15th of March with bated breath, because I believe we all know these people are very greedy. They have made a fortune. They continue to make huge fortunes, but they continue to be super greedy hyenas. In my opinion, it is very difficult to imagine that they will not be tempted to use the Iran excuse to make a quick windfall. Yeah, jack up the prices tremendously and make a lot of money. Although now they have a problem, because Ndindi Nyoro has stood in the middle protecting the rest of us Kenyans, and he has told them, Jaribu, try and raise those prices using Iran as an excuse, and I will expose you. Hey, is this man thinking of vying for the presidency? Huh? These recent political moves of his, yeah, he's already very popular in Kiharu, but every other day he seems to be popularizing himself amongst other Kenyans outside Kiharu constituency. What does he have in mind? Does he want to vie for the presidency? Okay, we already have rumors circulating that he's planning to join the Sisi Nisifuna movement. What? What did you say, Chris? Oh yes, those are the rumors. And if you ask me, that will be a very smart move. You see, Ndindi Nyoro, whether you like him or whether you hate him, is a very smart man.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Okay? There is no doubt about that. He's clever. But there is no denying that what he's doing, this trajectory that his politics has taken, is very dangerous, deadly. There is no denying that fact. And so one of the people I highly recommend that we keep a very close eye on as we hurtle towards the 2027 general elections is the Kiharu MP, Ndindi Nyoro. Now, you may be very much in the dark when you hear G2G deal, G2G initiative to buy petroleum from the Middle East, etc., etc. I covered this topic in a highly sensitive special report. And you have a very small window of opportunity left to get hold of the whole bunch of special reports ever produced, including the very latest one that talks about the Chini Amaji arrangements for the upcoming elections. Not good news, not good news at all. But you have this small window of opportunity to be able to get all this at a crazy, crazy, heavily subsidized price of only Kenya shillings 999 or $8. You see, we have a sponsor, somebody who loves this country, who has come out and said, no, Chris, this is the information. I have gone through it. And the more Kenyans who know about it, the better it is for us to liberate our country. And therefore, here's my money. I want you to reduce the price of this thing to so many shillings. And I'm ready to pay for so many people. Okay? That is what has happened. And therefore, I highly recommend that you take full advantage of this offer and get hold of this very valuable information that you cannot do without. Now, you can see details on your screens right now. All you need to do is to M-Pesa to our usual number, 0701 333 112, which goes to my personal assistant. You can see the name on the screens right now. And of course, please don't forget to text me your email
address immediately after payment. You can either send an SMS or send me an email using the same email that is used for PayPal, with payment details. And I will send you the whole bunch of highly sensitive special reports. And not only that, going forward, you'll be able to receive everything kumekucha without paying a single cent, because you'll automatically get, after purchasing this single special report, you'll automatically get the highly valued, precious kumekucha golden key, which opens the door for you to get everything, and I mean everything, past, present, and future, that is kumekucha, and other people are paying for. You will get it completely free. Please move with speed and grab this opportunity with your two hands immediately. Until next time, this is Chris Karaoke. Kumekucha.
Noma sana. So your story and Idinyoro, I don't know how true it was when people said that he had been arrested. So I think we need confirmation about that arrest of Idinyoro, because sijaiona sana. So it's like we're iftar. I don't like it. Anyway, we are continuing. Kama kuna mtu anataka kujoin show, you can join. Let's see. Kimandi TV is also another place where we are getting much of our news as well. So able to see vile Kimandi TV is saying concerning this looming impeachment ya Sakaja, where I'm hearing Sakaja want to bow to Gachagua. I don't know for what essence. Okay.
Johnson hata Sakaja alilazimika kupiga simu moja kwa moja mubashara katika runinga Citizen TV ili kujitetea wakati wanahabari wa kipindi maarufu cha Newsgang walipokuwa wanajadili utendakazi wa serikali yake ya Nairobi City County katika mafuriko ya hivi majuzi.
Governor, I think we have to end it there. The line doesn't sound very favorable, nor is the format of the conversation for this show. You were here with Jeff the other day, and you'll be here again on some other show to give you a side of the story. But I hope you appreciate.
Call me back.
Thank you, Governor.
Yeah. Okay. Wengi wanajadili sana kilichofanyika wakati Sakaja alipopiga simu na kuingilia mjadala huu uliokuwa unamtoa rangi ukiongozwa na Linus Kaikai na Ivona Kwara, na wapo wanaotoa maoni mengi tu kuhusiana na kile kilichofanyika, wengine wakisema Sakaja alikuwa mlevi, wengine wanasema alikuwa sawa, na wengine kudai kwamba yeye kupiga simu kujitetea ilikuwa hatua ya makosa.
Baadhi ya wakilishi wa bunge la kaunti ya Nairobi sasa wanasema kila kitu kiko tayari kuwasilisha hoja ya kumbandua ofisini gavana Johnson Sakaja.
Swali kubwa likiibuka kuhusiana na kile kinachoendelea kati ya Johnson Sakaja, gavana wa Nairobi, na Rais William Ruto kuhusiana na uongozi wa kaunti hiyo na kuhusiana na siasa ya 2027.
Mimi nataka kusema hii maneno ya impeachment. Hata huyu gavana Sakaja mimi simpendi na sifurahii, ameumiza watu wetu. Lakini mimi sitaki atolewe kwa impeachment, apatiwe nafasi amalize mwaka 5, tutamtoa. Watu wa Nairobi watamtoa kisheria na kidemokrasia. Hakuna haja mtafute Ruto atafute ma-MC ya Nairobi, kwa sababu yeye ndiye anawatafuta na wapatia pesa tuwafukuze Sakaja, alafu wapeane seneti yafukuzwe. Hakuna haja, na ikifika kwao Kericho hawezi kubali. Senator Kericho, gavana Kericho alifukuzwa na MCs, Ruto akatoa pesa kwa maseneta asifukuzwe. Lakini hata ukiangalia katika mambo ya impeachment, tangu tupate devolution, mlima peke yake ndio watu nafukuza magavana.
Kufikia leo ni wazi kabisa kwa yeyote anayeangalia kwamba Rais William Ruto ama angalau serikali na ofisi yake wameamua kumpa wakati mgumu sana Sakaja, na si vigumu kugundua kwamba mjadala mgumu sana dhidi ya gavana huyu ambaye anazidi kulaumiwa na kunyoshewa kidole kwa utendakazi wake mbaya.
Do you know which roads flooded?
No, you're the one answering.
Tell us, Governor.
Tell us. You called us.
Which roads flooded? And those.
Governor, which roads flooded?
Tell us.
Go ahead. You're right on air.
Yep. Ni shambulizi ambalo limepangwa vyema kutumia matukio ya hivi majuzi, kwanza kumtoa rangi Sakaja mbele ya wanahabari na mbele ya wananchi kutumia vipindi kama hivi, kisha kuhakikisha rais ameleta mgombea wake wa kushindana na mgombea wa ugavana ambaye atatolewa na chama cha DCP.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Ruto ana wasiwasi mwingi kuhusiana na iwapo ataendelea kumuunga mkono Arthur Sakaja na ampe nguvu yote ya kurudi kutafuta re-election yake katika kiti hiki ambacho wengi wanakitamani, na yupo ambaye amewahi kuchaguliwa mara ya pili, na ni kama Ruto ameamua give a dog a name and kill it.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja is facing possible impeachment after 62 out of 85 elected members of the Nairobi County signed up to support an ouster motion.
Na basi kwa kuwa umaarufu wa Sakaja ushashuka sana, kinachofuata ni public campaign of humiliation, na licha ya juhudi zake Johnson Sakaja kujaribu kujitetea hata kama ni kwa kupitia simu kama hii ambayo unasikia alipiga mwenyewe aliposikia hawa wamezidi kunitoa rangi, ni juhudi ambazo hazitafua dafu, kwani tayari rais ashaanza kuonyesha ishara zote watu wake mapema kuwania viti hivi vya Nairobi.
But you know what, Governor? Yes. Nairobi has never had a back-to-back governor.
Akiwa tayari shatangaza kwamba useneta atasimamisha MP Felix Oduor Jalango ambaye bila shaka hatawania kiti hicho kwa kutumia ODM bali itakuwa ni UDA. Kabla ya kifo cha mwenda zake Raila Odinga Oktoba mwaka jana, Johnson Sakaja alikuwa ashaanza kusukuma ndani ya chama hiki cha UDA, na mara zaidi ya moja akaonekana karibu na Raila Odinga akipendekeza sana kwamba huenda katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao hatotafuta re-election yake ya Nairobi governor kupitia UDA bali ataruka aingie kwa hiki chama cha baba cha ODM.
Tulifanya makosa wakati tulikuwa tunatengeneza katiba mpya ya 2010 kuweka Nairobi kama county. Tungeweka Nairobi kama special zone metropolitan ambayo iko chini ya serikali kuu, ili Wakenya wote wapate manufaa ya serikali kuu, ili wapate njia kwenda kwao nyumbani jioni. Sasa imekuwa kama kijiji ya Kashagwa. Mtu anakufa yeye anapiga kelele, mtu akikufa yeye anapiga kelele.
Leo hii kifo cha Raila Odinga kinamaanisha Johnson Sakaja ni mmoja wa wale mayatima ambao wataumia sana, hasa kwa sababu alikuwa ashamuonyesha Rais William Ruto, mimi sitaki kuwa kwako, nataka niende kwa huyu mzee ili nitumie umaarufu wake kuona kama nitavunja laana ya one term ya magavana waliokuja awali kunitangulia hapa Nairobi.
Kama alikuwa anasema that Sakaja alipigia Citizen TV usiku akiwa drunk, and it made me super interested.
Kufikia hapa sasa ni kama kilichosalia tu ni huo mswada wa impeachment ambao unaletwa dhidi ya gavana Sakaja, na mswada huo utakuja kama risasi ya mwisho kwenye mchakato huu wa kimya wa Operation Give a Dog a Name and Kill It, kwani sasa hivi ni propaganda kumtoa jina na kuonyesha kila mtu jinsi huyu bwana hafanyi kazi.
Andũ aitũ thayũ kũrĩa guothe ngũruta na ndige atĩ andũ aitũ mĩaka ĩngĩ 50 ĩgũka gũtirĩ mũndũ ũgathĩnagio harĩa akahũraga biashara yake na akarĩma mũgũnda wake na ageka maũndũ marĩa arenda.
Kisha baada ya hapo ni sasa mmoja wa wale MCAs waliokuwa wanamtishia mwaka mzima kuleta mswada kwenye bunge na nguvu za nyuma ya pazia ambazo Sakaja kufikia hapa hataweza tena kushindana nazo, ziwashe mashine yake ya lobbying na propaganda, na kufikia mwisho awe ametimuliwa kama walivyotimuliwa Rigathi Gachagua na Gavana Kawira Mwangaza.
This $10 pen fixed what $1,000 worth of creams couldn't, because this yellow crust.
We have also information that Governor Sakaja has ordered that business people and contractors who have rendered services to the county government of Nairobi and come from the Gikuyu, Embu and Meru community should not be paid. They have been struggling for the last 3 years with pending bills, and this community has been targeted for impoverishment.
Rais William Ruto anapotaka kumwangusha mwanasiasa, wa kwanza anamvuta huyo mwanasiasa karibu na kumwonyesha urafiki wote, ili wakati akiamua huyu bwana ashuke, hautakuwa ushahidi wowote kuonyesha kwamba rais alihusika kwenye downfall ya huyu bwana. Na hivyo wakati Sakaja akipigwa chini hata kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu, hazitakuwepo dalili zozote kuonyesha kama serikali kuu iliingilia kuwezesha mchakato huo wa impeachment dhidi yake.
I think we need to close this country for innovation.
Kinachoweza kumwokoa Johnson Sakaja ni yule Rigathi Gachagua, ambaye yeye Sakaja alikuwa mwanasiasa wa kwanza kabisa kumkosea adabu kabla Rigiji hajaondolewa serikalini, na ni kuenda tu Munyoro kumtafuta Rigiji na kumuomba msaada ndiko kunaweza msaidia asibanduliwe kupitia bunge la kitaifa na kupitia seneti, kwani leo hii kinyume na ilivyokuwa 2024 wakati seneti ikipiga kura ya impeachment ya Rigiji, Rigathi sasa na leverage yake na marafiki kwenye bunge hilo la seneti.
I'm telling you, huyu jamaa hizi ni shinda bwana. Whether the sky comes to the ground or the ground goes to the sky, he cannot. I'm telling you, and as of today, the opinion polls, very credible, done, is ranking me at 67%.
Yeah.
Is ranking him at 13%.
Huku rais akiwa amepoteza baadhi ya marafiki zake, na haitakuwa vigumu Rigiji kutumia nguvu yake kuokoa Johnson Sakaja kama njia ya kumpaka deni. Lakini swali likiwa je, ni faida gani ambayo Rigathi Gachagua na chama chake cha Democracy for Citizens Party watapata iwapo wataamua kutumia ushawishi waliopata sasa kuokoa Sakaja asibanduliwe ofisini na serikali ya Ruto? Kwa kuwa Rigiji kama ashatangaza vita dhidi sio tu ya serikali bali pia dhidi ya marafiki wa serikali kama huyu Sakaja ambaye alisaidia sana rais kufukuza.
Jigwa ndo makijani no uwele dhidi kula Rigathi no irama ito ikama twali beta hili twathia ula kwa gerege.
Itakuwa ni vigumu yeye Rigathi kujiingiza kwenye vita hivi na huenda akasubiri Sakaja atoroshwe ili yeye atumie nafasi hiyo kupanikia wananchi wote na Wakenya kinachofanyika, na kama usika wa Ruto utakuwepo wa uanike ili Ruto aendelee kupoteza kura ya wale wananchi wanaojihusisha na jina la Sakaja, wengi wao wakiwa Waluya, kitu ambacho mwisho wa siku kinamaanisha Rigiji anaweza kutumia hiyo impeachment kama njia yake ya kuzidi kubomoa nyumba ya Rais William Ruto ya election 2027. Kama itakuwepo impeachment ya Johnson Sakaja, sasa itatoa nje kabisa na ionyeshe wazi timu mbili za kisiasa ambazo zinaenda kushindana 2027, kwani kutoka kwenye county assembly kesi kama hii huenda kwenye bunge la seneti ambapo mvutano utakuwa kati ya serikali na maseneta wake na maseneta wa United Opposition, wakati huu ikiwa vigumu sana kuwaonga maseneta pesa nyingi wapige kura kwa njia fulani, kwa sababu wengi wao wapo kwenye sabati za kuchaguliwa tena na kufurahisha wananchi.
Mimi naona kwamba huyu Sakaja aidha ajiuzulu ama MCS wa impeach akuje kule seneti tumfute kazi.
Mchakato wa kufukuza Sakaja kutoka ofisini kama utakuwepo pia utaendelea kuleta mgawanyiko zaidi kati ya wana ODM na wana UDA, watu ambao Rais William Ruto leo hii anajaribu juu chini kuwashikanisha wasalie pamoja wamsaidia kuchaguliwa tena, kwani Sakaja pia ana marafiki na wengi wa rafiki zake ijapokuwa walipata raha kumfukuza Rigathi Gachagua waliyemuona kuwa mkabila Mkikuyu asiyestahili kuwa karibu nao, huenda watapata ugumu kusaidia Ruto kuua siasa za huyu bwana Johnson Sakaja ambaye sio Mkikuyu, lakini pia hata katu chini aruhusu Ruto apige kampeni dhidi yake bila yeye kujaribu kutumia uwezo wake wa City Hall kununua ushawishi baina ya wabunge.
We have 22 counts. 22, 1 to up to 22.
Impeachment zinazofanyika karibu na uchaguzi mkuu, Rais William Ruto atakuja kugundua ni impeachment ambazo ni tofauti na zile zinazofanyika kabla ya uchaguzi wenyewe kufika ama kukaribia, kwa kuzozana na gavana wake Johnson Sakaja na Sakaja kufanywa kuwa adui mkubwa wa vyombo vya habari na wanahabari kama hao wa Citizen. Ni kama Rais William Ruto anatafuta njia ya kujitenganisha na wanasiasa ambao umaarufu wao umeshuka, na anataka kuelekeza lawama yote kwa watu kama huyu Sakaja. Katika mafuriko ya hivi majuzi, simulizi lake kubwa lakini inaweza kuwa first world Singapore limepata pigo sana kutoka kwa video nyingi za mafuriko ya kijaa mjini yakibeba magari, biashara, kuua watu na kusababisha hasara isiyokadiriwa.
President William Ruto has turned up the pressure on Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, openly criticizing the sorry state of the capital city.
Kitu ambacho kimetoa taswira haswa ya jinsi wa Kenya na serikali yetu tulivyo nyuma kuhusiana na kujipanga kwa majanga na matukio ya dharura kama haya. Kawaida madai ya kuwa watu wanakufa njaa Turkana na matatizo mengine mengi ya mashinani yanayoonyesha Kenya kuwa dunia ya tatu huwa yamefichwa, lakini wakati Mungu akituma ishara zake katika jiji kuu na sura ya Kenya na kuwapa mtihani wanasiasa hawa wanaojigamba jinsi walivyofanya mtihani, inakuwa vigumu kwa Rais William Ruto kuendelea kusema serikali yake inaelekeza Wakenya kwenda Singapore, na amepata aibu sana kwa kuwa marafiki, maadui na washindani wake wa kimataifa wamepata picha za moja kwa moja kuona ilivyo drainage katika mji wake mkuu, wakati yeye amekuwa akitembea kote kote akijisifu jinsi yeye ndiye rais msomi, mwerevu na mwenye maendeleo zaidi ya wote waliomtangulia.
If the Kenyan people knew the kind of things that happen every day in our country, we can't wait for one more day. The impatience of Kenya would grow. Ya kwamba hawezi kuzia tena.
Ndio sababu ni muhimu Sakaja aibishwe hadharani, yani public humiliation, kisha ikiwezekana mchakato uleto mwingine wa impeachment ambao utamwaibisha zaidi, kutumia haya majanga yasiyozuilika ya floods ili ionekane wapo walioadhibiwa kwa matatizo yaliyofanyika, yani mvua kuja nyingi, mafuriko kufanyika na serikali kuwa haijajipanga, na rais aondolewe lawama hiyo, angalau na wale wananchi milioni 4 wanaoishi ndani ya kaunti ya Nairobi. Yote haya yataishia bure bilashi, kwani hatimaye gavana atakayechaguliwa atakuwa ni upinzani ambaye Rigathi Gachagua atamuunga mkono, na huyo gavana atachaguliwa regardless of whether Rais Ruto atamuondoa Sakaja kupitia impeachment au la. Yeye ataweza kusimamisha candidate mwenye nguvu na umaarufu ndani ya Nairobi, iwe ni Rongo Nyakera, MP Bazenga kutoka Embakasi, ama mwenzake Babu Owino. Yule atakayeungwa mkono na United Opposition atakuwa ni tisho kubwa kwa yeyote yule ambaye Ruto atamsimamisha, na umaarufu wa mgombea wa United Opposition utakuwa ni kama ishara ya kuonyesha uzito wa upinzani wao dhidi ya Ruto.
I just got the budget app.
Aya, wacha niwaekee Senator wa Embu hapa musikie maneno yake. Senator wa Embu. Yeah, Senator wa Embu, a very laughable guy. Ketuka kujichagulia.
County 47. Gere kianye Senator wa Embu County, hakuna mtu anaweza kunitisha. Mimi ni ndume ama si ndume? Mimi ni ndume ama si ndume? Ile Senate mtu akileta sira huwa anamwambia nyama. Na Embu County mtu akitusumbua kwa sababu kura yetu yote ni ya William Ruto na Profesa Abraham Kidiki na kama Murito na Ganarienge, mtamwambia nyama. Asante vitu Kediwa County 47. Gere kianye Senator wa Embu County, hakuna mtu anaweza kunitisha. Mimi ni ndume ama si ndume? Mimi ni ndume ama si ndume? Ile Senate mtu akileta sira huwa anamwambia nyama. Na Embu County mtu akitusumbua kwa sababu kura yetu yote ni ya William Ruto na Profesa Abraham Kidiki na kama Murito na Ganarienge, mtamwambia nyama. Asante vitu Kediwa County.
Yeah. Huyu wacha hata tusishinde hata tukimwambia mengi. Huyu ako on borrowed time. Atoboy. Yeah, this one is on borrowed time. Huyu ako on borrowed time. Sifikiri, I don't think Waembu atataka kujaibisha mara ya pili. I don't think huyu kesi yake imeisha no matter what happens. He cannot be rescued, he cannot be saved. So upinzani tushawapea advice ya kutosha, watuletee candidate sahihi. It is important. It is better now. So watu wakanyangane and the story kwe. So wacha niweke hii video nayo ya Babu alipigiwa na wacha mambo mingi bwana Mbudi. So hiyo ndio inakufanya usikuja kwa studio ama? Wacha tu niweke pale mbuzi imebeba tadha. Pale mbuzi imebeba.
Sana.
Watu kama nyinyi, si ndio?
Asante sana.
Na msukume ile lida mwananchi kabisa, msukume pande hiyo na sisi
kabisa, tutasukuma.
Na hii Nairobi?
Ndio.
Asante, niliona umeenda kotini kutetea watu wetu ambao wanabomolewa na nini, na ni jamii ya Wakikuyu. Na pia wewe bibi yako ni Mkikuyu, usaidie hiyo Wakikuyu, tumekupatia bibi.
Asante. Nisaidie kabisa.
Na usipotetea hiyo Wakikuyu, hiyo bibi nitakunyang'anya wapi?
Niko loyal kabisa.
Na ujue sasa kama umeoa Mkikuyu.
Ndio.
Kulipa dowry is a continuous process. Sasa ukiniona unalipa dowry kwa hiyo kishana.
Hii haishangi.
Nichukue ni kuachie watoto peke yako wakaidi hapo. So, bima ya ubomoaji ya Nairobi bangu.
Ndio.
Tusaidiane kwa sababu watu wetu wamekuwa targeted na huyu Kasongo, anataka tu Wakikuyu hapa Nairobi na hatuwezi kubali. Kwa hivyo wewe pia usaidie pande hiyo na sisi tusaidie pande hii, si ndio?
Tutawashikilia kabisa. Kabisa.
Na wewe ni kijana.
Yeah.
Usiogope, endelea, usiogope.
Asante sana. Asante Excellency.
Okay, Mheshimiwa.
Asante.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Politically speaking, Babu Owino actually received the endorsement of none other than Rigathi Gachagua. If you listen to the conversation that is taking place, Babu Owino is being fronted as the defender of the Kikuyu Nation. The Kikuyu Nation comprise about 50% of the Nairobi voters. What does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? If Rigathi Gachagua is going to endorse, and actually he has endorsed Babu Owino, I think even the Kikuyus are very, very happy. Maybe at this juncture, I can ask people, can you vote for Babu Owino as the governor of Nairobi if his name will be on the ballot in 2027? Because for me, I'll choose him. I'll vote for him without blinking. Because this is the kind of people that people want. Now, the other thing is that Gachagua is working very, very closely with leader Mwananchi. These guys are very, very close. And in the fullness of time,
there are 22 people. Kikuyus in Nairobi will vote Gakuyo. Aya, wacha niwaeke ubeshti anaitwa Molango. Anatumia lugha kugonga watu. Wacha tuweke hii ya kwanza yake.
Jinsia ya panya hujulikana mkononi. Na kuna manda imewekwa na Senator wa Nandi, Senator Cherargei. Na hiyo manda ameiweka paruanja. Ni vizuri pia niweze kuichambua kwa sababu Senator Cherargei ako na mtindo wa kuvua heshima na staha. Na kuongea maneno bila chembe ya haya. Jambo la kwanza. Alisema ya kwamba mimi nimehama kutoka chama cha UDA nikaenda chama cha DCP. Lakini samaki wote hunuka lakini walimshuku kambari. Ningetaka niongee juu ya kiongozi wetu wa chama. Jinsia ya panya hujulikana mkononi.
Huyu jamaa sijui kama ni there is a possibility alifanya Kiswahili uko shule. Hebu tuweke hii nyingine.
Nani anapaswa kukualika? Unaona? Na ni kaunti yako. Wewe si unajua rais ndo anakuja ama ni kaunti inakuja kwa rais? Wewe nawe ushiki mambo nyingi. Kwa hivyo
unajua hapo withdraw na apologize bwana Rashid.
Wewe nakwambia hiyo ni mkuki ya usiku, nitairudishia mahali na kunjia. Mambo ya Kenya venye tulikuwa tunaalikwa tunajua. Faruku alikuwa anaandika message direct.
Nyamaza mamu.
Niko nazo hapa kama.
Hapana, tusidanganyane.
Wewe nyamaza na wewe.
Ule status controller.
Kwani tuna
simu yako nimepiga.
What's going on here?
Alibadilisha namba gani Rashid?
Tulikuwa na mahusiano.
Wacha niweke paruanja. Ile status controller anaitwa Katole Metito.
Kazi yake ni kubabaja kila kitu.
Noma sana. So I wanted as we enjoy the Kiswahili of this guy. So I think he is now bringing some new mix of rhetoric. The anagonga.
Jinsia ya panya hujulikana mkononi. Na kuna manda imewekwa na Senator wa Nandi, Senator Cherargei. Na hiyo manda ameiweka paruanja. Ni vizuri pia niweze kuichambua kwa sababu Senator Cherargei ako na mtindo wa kuvua heshima na staha. Na kuongea maneno bila chembe ya haya. Jambo la kwanza. Alisema ya kwamba mimi nimehama kutoka chama cha UDA nikaenda chama cha DCP. Lakini samaki wote hunuka lakini walimshuku kambari. Ningetaka niongee juu ya kiongozi wetu wa chama. Jinsia ya panya hujulikana mkononi.
I think this guy might have done. I think in Kenya we have a degree course called Kiswahili. I think he must have done a Kiswahili course, Bachelor of Arts Kiswahili. We used to have it. So Embu Kirinyaga, wow. Sisi kule Embu tuko na Nyamasa. Nawaambia nyamaza. Na watu wa Kirinyaga, he is a senator also, wako na huyu jamaa anaongea story ya Paruanja. Wacha niliweke Paruanja. Hiyo hata wewe bwana Mbudu. So two neighbor, in fact, long time ago, Kirinyaga and Embu used to be one region. Yeah, a long time ago, Kirinyaga and Embu used to be one region. I think sijui kama pande ya Embu sasa ndio lakini Ruto alitutenda manze. Wah! Hata kama ni kuaibisha wa Embu, that was too much, man. Yeah, that was too much, man. That was beyond repair. That was beyond repair. Okay. Let's see. Amepotea Elikomondi, wacha tumsikie. Naona ameposti kitu few minutes ago. I think this one should be our last video, and I call it a day. Eriko Omondi.
The chance now, if you let's say Eric Omondi ndio huyo amekuwa sworn in as the president. Right now is the commander in chief of the armed forces. What are the things that Eric Omondi will do that that the current regime is not doing?
If I was sworn in today as the president of the Republic of Kenya, I would do certain things as a matter of urgency. Number one, I would do away with devolution. Number one. Narudisha the former provinces. There were 8. But zitakuwa, okay, not devolution, I'll do away with the 47 counties. Itakuwa na Rift Valley County, na governor moja. Nyanza County, Western County, Pwani County, Rift Valley County. Maybe Rift Valley tunaweza split it to 2, it's too big. So maybe we can have 9 counties. That's the first thing tafanya. I will do away with women rep instantly.
How women rep wamekusumbua sana.
Tell me one thing one woman rep has ever done since devolution. Nani moja.
So anasaidia kuangalia vile shughuli.
Finance bill ile iliwa Gen Z ilikuwa na pads. Sanitary towels.
They never defended any.
They never even knew it was there. It was a man who saw it in the finance bill. Number 2, Senate.
Unatoa Senate what?
Yote. Unaelewa? Number 3, na reduce number of MCAs. Na reduce number of, we have 349 MPs. Ya kazi gani? But the first one tatoa juu niko na power ni nominated members. Ni nani?
Wanafanya kazi gani?
Kazi yao hawana constituency, wako na mshahara same, wako na inatonga aje?
Hawajai uza sera.
Hauzi sera, wako na mshahara same, wako na allowances same. Hakuna kazi wanafanyanga. Umeelewa? Cabinet secretaries 7.
Can a government run with only 7 cabinet secretaries?
Perfectly well. Perfectly well. Umeelewa? Number 2, I will cut all salaries into half, starting with mine. Into half. Alafu, as the president of Kenya, may God help me, because ananisikia. Plug, nikitoka State House, naenda kanisa Machakos, kia Mungu. Na Mungu anisaidie. Gari zitakuwa ngapi?
5.
Hii kitu vup, 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 vup. A presidential motorcade has over 305 fuel guzzlers. Nimeenda kanisa kuomba Mungu wangu. Ministers wote, governors wote, senators wote, MPs wote, wanafanya nini nyuma yangu? It's a personal spiritual experience connection with my creator. So you'll see the president traveling with 5 cars, unless ni Moi Day, Moi Day tolewa, unless ni National Day. Then ni sawa. But ikita boop, 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 boop. All ministers who tried to do it. Hakuna minister atatumia V8.
Ni gari gani wanatumia?
Hii Passat. It was tried and tested. Kika Passat kadogo hivi.
Nakumbuka at that time.
Hiyo kitu Uhuru alipata. Passat. Very nice. Unaweka flag inapika. Are we together? I've just been sworn in. These are things I'm doing instantly. All this money plug. Ndeka kwa free education. Can you imagine how much money I've saved from the counties alone? Because the national government has ministers for sports, for environment. The county government has ministers. So if I dissolve 47 minus 8, inakuja?
Acha ufanye hesabu hapo. Umesema 47 minus 8. Yani rais unasema
if 47 minus 8 inakuja 39. How much money is that nimesave?
That's billions.
Aya, women rep. Hiyo ni mshahara wao nimeenda. Senators, mshahara wao imeenda. How all the deputy governors? Hiyo pesa yote unabeba unaweka kwa free education.
Unataka kusema deputy governors, they don't even do anything?
They don't. They even confess. One of them said that yeye anasomanga tu gazeti. Wanangojanga tu governor ku impeached. They don't know their job. Governor, kazi ya deputy governor, governor ameitwa Rambe. But amegonjeka. Sasa hapo nasema unaweza kunisimamia hapo? Waambie nimesema mimi ni mgonjwa.
Deputy governor wa Nairobi afanye kazi.
Hata sijui ni nani bade. I swear before God. Who's the deputy governor of Nairobi?
Unataka kusema kuna governor Nairobi lakini hujui deputy governor
I swear mimi siwezi tumia jina Mungu for no reason. Sijui deputy governor wa Nairobi yake sijui. Nairobi. So wakenicho nitajua. You know how much they earn?
How much?
They want 1 point. Basi ongeza allowances. Na wajui job JD yao.
Ojeka hadi entertainment allowance.
Bado na nyumba na transport na medical. Na ukiuliza deputy governor akuja akae kwa hiki. Kazi yako ni.
Did you know there's a way to become your own bank with the right life insurance policy? It's called Indexed Universal Life Insurance. Like all life insurance, IULs provide a death benefit to protect your family. But what makes IULs unique is their cash value component that can grow up to 9% per year. Over time, this cash value can grow significantly, and in most cases, you can borrow against it tax-free while you're still alive. That's why many financially savvy people refer to it as becoming your own bank. I found Amplify Life Insurance. They specialize in IULs and have an easy tool to help you see how much you could qualify for. Tap the link, enter your info, and instantly see how much wealth you could build.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim
Monday to Friday. Monday ambayo asubuhi utafanya nini Monday? Ajui ataenda ofisi apate Nation Standard na The Star some. Get. Why do we have 21 ministries? So why do we have State House kwanza budget yake ni kubwa sana. Hiyo pesa yote ende kwa health.
Umedili na viongozi.
Yes.
Umeshakata the expenditure. Now, when it comes to the issues to do with corruption, because that is a rot in every regime, what measures will you take?
Are you conversant with the Chinese laws?
Najua.
Nani ameshikwa juzi? The former president wa South Korea man.
Ilikuwa
ameenda jail. One of those.
Kuna madam fulani alishikwa huko.
Alishikwa. Brazil, Mali. Bro, we've all sung it, we've said it, zero corruption, but we've never acted upon it. Because we only go for the small fish. In my government, I'm daring you to please try to be corrupt, because I'm looking for someone to use as an example. And I'm talking about a cabinet secretary. I'm talking about a governor. I'm talking about a deputy, my deputy president. Ajaribu tu asikuwe corrupt. Nisikie tu fununu. ati alikutana na watu wa Kenya Power na Safaricom na kuna deal. Hawajaifanya? That's the only time I'll become a dictator. Hakuna bro. Sio kana choma Senegal kutakuwa na rule of law hapo. Kotini itakuwa baadaye. Because that is the scourge. That is our terminal illness, corruption. Ndio cancer yetu. Unafanya watu wakufe. So there'll be zero tolerance. But now we have to go for the big fish. Ati billions zimepotea kwa Minister of Health. Ati tunashika deputy assistant vice director wa Kenyatta National Hospital. Huyu minister. What's going on?
The fish rots from the head.
Yes. Ati assistant deputy vice protocol. Kenyatta National. Huyu ni nani? Yes.
Kuna nchi ambazo wanachukua extra miles. Unapata maybe they order for the execution of the the corrupt leaders. Unasikia kunyongwa. Wengine unasikia maybe wamekuwa imprisoned, life imprisonment. Wewe ni
law. Tunyonge moja. Moja tu si wawili. You see, we must make a statement. It goes deeper and runs wider. Corruption is a monster. And sometimes, as a leader, you have to take one single step that sends chills and panic. Chills down the spine. And panic throughout the government systems. China wamefanya vizuri sana. Jua watu watakuzoea. Ataingia prison atoke.
Kumbuka rais, ukiwa rais wa Kenya kwa mfano. And when you take such measures, you will be a marked man.
I know. But me, I'll mark them.
Kuna vile maisha yako atakuwa hatarini.
Rais wa nchi, maisha yake inaweza kuwa ipo hatarini, lakini yeye ndio commander in chief. He is the president. Amepewa ushukani na Mungu. He's given the powers that be. Mungu akinipa hizo powers, mtaniogopa sitaogopa.
Aren't you afraid maybe utakuwa unatembea now you'll have to heighten your security?
Yes. Heighten what I eat, where I go, who is my bodyguard, who is at this state house, nani anapika. I'll make it personal, extremely personal and privatized. Ni watu wangu. Siwezi eka watu ati wako interview duko. When you're fighting a monster like corruption, when you're fighting a cartels, watakumaliza. So, because I'm the president, I have the powers to protect myself so that I can protect my people. Na naona kama kitu, ngoja tunaongea kama jokes. Unajua vitu zetu, nimeona kwa YouTube hapo, kuna vitu mandika tulisema 3 years ago. Hii video pia 7 years from now, ama 10, itarudi. Utaniambia rais, lakini word itakuwa inamaanisha now something else. Rais, kuna clip nimekutumia hapo tulifanya Radisson, na wananiambia 11 years ago. Hebu iangalie, itakushtua rais. Hiyo time tutakuwa na Passat, hiyo time kutakuwa na 47 governors, hiyo time tutakuwa na women rep, hiyo time kutakuwa na 349 MPs, na kutakuwa na deputy governors. So hii clip hii ya leo utaniambia rais uko state house. Hebu angalia, kuna link nimekutumia hapo. Hata mimi nakuwa nasema haya, when was this? It will come to pass.
Osha deal na corruption.
Yes.
What other things do you feel maybe the president, you as the president, you would likely, take charge over?
I would take charge of things to do with the things I would put under the office of the president. Somehow. Unaona vitu na education, watoi, na health. I cannot allow corruption. I don't know what I need to do, but lazima ushasikianga da office of the president. Minister of Health. Minister of Education. Very personal. Hiyo itakuwa state house. Mimi nakuwa minister wa education. Na minister wa health. Nitakuwa tu na mtu amekaa hapo mwenye anafanya kazi, lakini every morning Every month, every week, every day, I must be told ni shule inaendeleaje, madawa zinaendeleaje. So those are things that I would personally take care of.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now. Anything else?
Can this thing process invoices?
Can it show cost?
Tunaelewa ni kwa nini anasema hivyo. Kwa sababu sisi tulijua aliua watoto Kiambaa kwa kanisa na akina mama.
Is Rigathi Gachagua fighting for you, or he is just auditioning for a better deal with Ruto?
Lazima huyu Kasongo aende nyumbani, si ndio? Lazima aende, si ndio?
You see, Anne Waiguru claims the former DP is sending secret emissaries to the president, turning his political influence into a bargaining chip for 2027.
Wanasema watapunguza matusi, lakini yeye wacha ashike Mount Kenya alete kwa me.
It has been 2 years since Rigathi Gachagua was unceremoniously impeached, transforming overnight from the deputy president into the Ruto administration's most decorated hater.
Na nikwambie William Ruto, ulikuwa unafikiria ati utanitisha mimi, ati umenitoa kwa kazi, ati nitakosa umaarufu kwa hii jamii. Mimi ndio nilikuleta hapa. Ukatanganywa na Ichung'wa ati ulijilete. Si ujilete sasa? Si ujilete? I mobilized 4 million people from this mountain to make you president. I'll mobilize 8 million people from this community to send you home.
Since his exit, he has terrorized the Kenya Kwanza government with the dedication of a jilted lover, using nearly every microphone within reach to hammer Ruto.
Ya mwisho, mimi nataka kuambia rais, wacha kuita watu chini ya hema na kuwapatia pesa kunitukana. Wewe rais, kama ni mwanaume, kuja hapa Karatina utukane Rigiji hapa. Si ndio? Harambee! Harambee! Wewe rais na hiyo mtu yako ya soprano. Si mnajua soprano? Anaita watu kwa hema, anawapatia pesa, anatukana kiongozi wa mlima. Wewe soprano, wacha mambo mingi. Kama wewe ni noma, kama wewe ni fire vile unasema, kuja hapa Karatina utukane Rigiji.
But now, Anne Waiguru is offering a different reading of the situation. According to her, Gachagua's steady stream of attacks is not simply about bitterness over impeachment or a mission to rescue Kenyans from the current administration. She says it is strategy. Waiguru argues that Gachagua has spent the last 2 years building political capital in central Kenya and intends to cash it in later. In her account, the criticism of Ruto doubles as positioning ahead of 2027, a way to strengthen bargaining power after his camp failed to build broader national support.
Viongozi wa Kirinyaga akasema huyu alisimama na mimi. He said it here in my residence. Yeye mwenyewe, kwa sababu ashaikuwa kwa serikali ambayo ameunda, anajua hakuna mahali wanaenda. He knows.
She also added that Gachagua's allies have already begun quietly reaching out to the president in search of a future deal.
Na watu wake na yeye pia wanatumana jioni, usiku. Niseme nisiseme, nitoboe nisitoboe, wanatumana kwa huyu Ruto, sio mwingine. Wanasema watapunguza matusi, lakini yeye wacha ashike Mount Kenya alete kwa meza. Na nyinyi mko hapa mnaimba sijui tam. Niseme nisiseme. Na mimi mnajua mimi sikuangi mtu wa uongo. Ni vile najua tuaga modo moikari mote geti nane waoike. Mimi niko mahali nakaa ambapo hamkai. By the time tunafika April next year, Na unajua mnaniangalia hivi mniamini. Kama mniamini wacha niwaambie for example. Mnajua mnasema it's not possible. Mnakumbuka tukiambiwa na Uhuru ya kwamba Raila ni mkoro kianga neke mlimaona wakisalimiana? Walisalimiana hawakusalimiana? Haya, tukaingia hii ya UDA. Tukasema in fact waliingia kwa serikali mwaka wa kwanza. Na unasema iwezekani aje? This is politics. Hii ni siasa. Lazima watu waangalie ile upande ya serikali na tuwezi kubali tuende opposition. Na tubaki sisi kama jamii peke yetu tuko nje. Na ninaongelesha kina mama. Because nyinyi mnakuanga na msimamo moja.
Managing schizophrenia with daily pills is a constant reminder of your condition, and missing them may have serious consequences.
Now that raises the obvious question. Who exactly is carrying these messages? The conversation picked up speed after Njeri Maina alleged that Gachagwa's party deputy Cleophas Malala has been holding meetings with Waiguru over plans to weaken Gachagwa's influence from inside his own camp. Malala has neither confirmed nor denied the claims.
Hawa watu ya mlima walikuchagua, they can elect somebody else from another region. Stop having a sense of self-entitlement.
Meanwhile, keen observers of the political weather have noticed a significant drop in the reg index coming from the Gachagua camp.
We had a 5-year contract with you, umeharibu. We are going to terminate that contract with you and enter a new contract with another. Kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo contract zinaendanga. So wewe hata ukitumana hapa vita, hata utupige, hata utuangaishe, mambo ya hii mulima imefanya nini?
If you need proof that the ground is shifting, just rewind the tape. Kenyans who possess a PhD in reading between the political lines have spotted a remix in the tune Gachagua is singing. Just last year, when asked the same question, whether he would work with Ruto, he said he had no business partnering with Ruto, adding that he would rather retire from politics than join hands with a leader he accuses of having the blood of innocent Kenyans on his hands.
Having a handshake with him in the future, because in most cases we see the president having amicably after some time, yet they were hating each other.
Please, I've told you, blood is dripping from his fingers. You want me to touch that blood? I cannot. I have no business with William Ruto. He has too much blood on his hand. I can't. My conscience wouldn't allow it. I cannot. I'm sorry. I would rather retire and go to Amanyoro and look after my cows. I cannot have any approachment with somebody who ordered the killing of our children and who ordered that our children be shot in the leg.
Fast forward to today, just last month, when asked if he would ever work with Ruto again, if offered an olive branch, Gachagua didn't give us the resounding over my dead body we expected. Instead, he gave us a conditional no.
Friends. Yes. For instance, if the president extends an olive branch and invites you to work with him again, will you mind working with him again?
To kill people, to tear gas women and children in church, to bribe people in State House, to steal money meant for patients in Kenyatta National Hospital for campaign? No, I will not be available.
Okay, Your Excellency, as we nearly come to the end of this interview.
A brilliant lawyer might call that a non-denial denial. He didn't say he wouldn't work with Ruto. He has gone from I will never work with you to I won't work with you to do bad things. It begs the question, if Ruto promises to stop the tear gas and the bribery, does a truthful man suddenly becomes available for hire? What are your thoughts? Leave your thoughts in our comment section. That is it for now. Thanks for watching. Let's meet next time. Bye-bye.
Southern fried chicken or shrimp? Why not both? Who's got the sauce?
Yeah, hiyo disclaimer ya Anne Waiguru is very serious because anasema nyinyi wa mama sababu mnakuanga na msimamo moja. So again, that one can give you the script ya Ruto ili ambaye anataka kutumia, like there are some communities where he will try to aggravate wamama. And I think that's what they might try to do even in Murima, and I think the opposition should be very serious on that, on how narrative ya wamama hiyo lazima ikue, otherwise it will not be very encouraging because umesikia Waiguru washasema nyinyi wamama mnakuanga na msimamo moja. It speaks volume. Nyinyi wamama mnakuanga na msimamo moja. It is saying something. Nyinyi wamama mnakuanga na msimamo moja, meaning that we are coming directly to women so that they, because we believe hata kama huyo mama anatoka Mlima, anatoka Nyanza, anatoka Western, we believe that you people speak the same language and we need you the way you are. And he showed a Ruto card, and that card we have to understand it. So how are we going to make sure that women, wamama, and young people are not scavenged by Ruto? Waiguru washasema wanakuanga na msimamo moja. So that is something which we have to really listen to ourselves and listen to. Mlima Kenya wamama wanatumikanga sana kwa in political endeavors. If you want to destroy Mlima Kenya, go to wamama. So how are we going to homogenize, to fumigate Kenyan politics, especially in Mount Kenya, to make sure that women are not used to actually give that critical vote which Ruto might need? It is something which we have to think. Wamama wa Mlima Kenya, because unajua hawa ndio wale wamama ambao many of them pretend, in quotes, wameokoka sana, ndio wako kwa makanisa huko, they think that hii ni Mungu ametuambia sijui ni nini, ndio wale wengi ambao they are pretending to be speaking in tongues. There are so many things which some of our women are doing in Mlima Kenya, actually, which become confusion rather than a status direction. And it is something which we have to speak. Wamama wa Mlima, could they be the secret card which Ruto wants to use? Ni swali tunafaa kujiuliza sahi, because Waiguru ameconfirm sababu nyinyi wamama mnakuanga na msimamo moja. So Waiguru is saying sababu nyinyi wamama mnakuanga na msimamo moja, lazima tuache kufikiria maneno ya Gachagua, we start thinking about him mambo Ruto anatuambia. Why are so many people now starting to doubt Wamonyoro with Ruto in the future? Yeah, Cohen, Emmet, that is something which that is something which I want us to, I don't think Gachagua ndio upinzani. People can doubt Gachagua, but we should not doubt opposition. That is one thing. Yeah, Ruto, and I don't think even if we are doubting Gachagua and we are doubting opposition, Ruto should not be near an option. I think that's one thing which we need to start understanding. Ruto should not be near an option. He should not be our option in anything. We can doubt opposition kama ile tunajipanga, hii timu yetu inaweza, yeah, doubts here and there we can about the people, but we should not doubt opposition as a formation. We can doubt individuals, but not opposition as a formation. So those are two different things. Coin. Yeah, we can doubt an individual in opposition because individuals can be doubting, but opposition as a formation, we have to support it as it is. As it is. We have to support it as it is. So Alex Budi anasema the mountain will vote Ruto again in Jiru. If that one will happen, I'm sorry, it will be the worst catastrophe a human race can do a second time. The first one, we can forgive them. But the second one, I don't think we can forgive them. I think it will be an extermination. It will be extinction. There will be voting extinction. Bwana Budi. Kama Mlima watapigia Ruto mara ya pili, there will be not having a difference between watu wa Mlima na the white rhinoceros zile zimebaki mbili. And now they are now being bred using IVF tuone kama zinaweza fufuka. If Mlima, and I will say it again here, and I hope watu wa Mlima, including mimi mtu wa Mlima, nyinyi watu wa Mlima, kama mutapigia Ruto mara ya pili, you will be voting for your own extinction. Mutakuwa mumesema hatutaki kuishi tena. We want to be in mass. You will be voting for mass carnage. Yeah, we will be voting for. You will be voting for mass carnage, and I will be shocked. Not even Siongei story ya Murima. Murima is the only one which is in the forefront of wanting to vote Ruto out. But I don't think any reasoning Kenyan should be talking of even giving Ruto a vote. Mumesikia ile corruption scandal tumeonyeshwa hapa na vijana walikuwa corporate kuende kapo. Sijui 45 billion, sijui 3 billion wapi. The amount of money which is getting lost. Hata kama hatujipendi, we don't like our money. And these are people who are stealing our money. So Cohen anasema kitu, I agree with you, trusting the opposition, Ruto must not even be imagined as an option. Yes. So ile kitu iko, opposition can brush shoulders the way they are brushing. But at the end of the day, that is our home. We cannot get out of the opposition. Natambia can say whatever he is saying. Gachagua can say whatever he is saying. Even with their idiocy and their stupidity and what they are doing, hatuwezi toka huko. And that is what I want opposition to start understanding. Ati hatuwezi toka opposition, regardless of how the actors there are. We are in opposition to stay. That should be the spirit. Yes. Me personally, I cannot support Ruto even hata kwa dawa, hata kwa pesa, hata kwa nini. So mi niko kwa upinzani. Upinzani, may it look attractive or not attractive, I'm there. For me, I feel it's a better option. It's a safer place. And I don't think how any moral consciousness, any morally upright human being would even think of Ruto, a man who has done a 360 destruction of an economy. I don't know, like, mi vitu zingine ningetaka pia mtu anielezee pole pole. Yeah, anyway, thank you. I think that is the end of our first round. Nikipata muda nitakuja tena. Maybe a time when akina Mbudi, they will be wanting to come. Yeah, but let me do other things. But so I appreciate it was a nice moment. So please, if you have not subscribed our channel, take this chance to subscribe our channel. So, and you can also like, you can be a member. There are so many different participation you can do in this show. I am stuck in the opposition period. That is quite, yeah, we are stuck in the opposition. Vile wako. Yeah, ni kama mama yako. Ni kama mama yako. No, Alex Budi hakuna mtu anatusia. Ni kama mama yako, ni kama vile mama. You cannot change your mother despite what. That's how the opposition is. You cannot change your parents. Hata wakue viwete, wakue vilema. Unaenda na wao. Even if you become a billionaire, Bwana Budi, you not say that this one is not my mother. So, hata ukijikuta sasa wewe umefika kule Kariandusi. Wewe ndio hao sasa ni wazee, wacha niachane nao. You carry them. So, hii upinzani tunaibeba hivyo kama wazazi. Regardless of how they are, we believe they can give us a plan, and that's how things are. Yeah, so no, we have to appreciate this upinzani kabisa, and na lazima tuwa support kwa hali na mali, niweke hiyo. Although mimi sio kama Senator Mlango kugonga kile Kiswahili Kiswahili tanduzi, kile Kiswahili lonjolojo. Yeah, I don't have that momentum to do, but at least I can appreciate what people are doing here tonight, and we have to know that Ruto is not an option. Regardless of, unajua, they are trying to present Ruto as an option. He is a man who young people are out against. He is a man who has been doing everything wrong. He is a man who has instituted corruption, budgeted corruption. There are so many things which, and finally, Budi has decided to appear, and congratulations for that. Yeah, so nimeshukuru. So you can react to what I'm saying. Ruto is not an option, regardless ya vile opposition inakaa. Saa zingine mnaweza sema hiyo opposition kama ina joto sijui ni nini. Wewe tafuta joto yako. Sijui kwa nini unataka upinzani kupee joto. Kila mtu akuje na joto yake sasa. I think Bwana Budi, sijui kwa nini kila sema hiyo upinzani kama inakaa baridi hivi. Wewe kuja na joto yako. Why are you bothered with the people when they look cold? Aya, you can react, Budi, now that you have decided to come.
Shida yako tu nikianza kuongea hivi utatoka wewe, funga studio. Nimekuja tu kukusalimu, umefanya kazi mzuri. You've done a good job. Shida tu ni
no, you can react, siwezi toka. Natoka studio niweke wapi? So this is a weekend. I don't need to go anywhere. You can react. I'm here.
No, sina kitu ya kusema. I don't know why unatufungia studio, lakini you can unatoka studio but wakati una support Trump unaweza kataa mtu asikuje hapa juu and you rant at us for 3 hours. It doesn't make any sense.
So you want me to rant? You want me to rant for 3 hours? Mukua na huko tu chini ya hema. So
Yeah.
you love my ranting, and I can rant.
Whether we like it or not, hatuna nguvu hiyo time. Unatufungia studio, you say anything.
Okay, so can you react to me? Can you react specifically to that Waiguru analogy, because it is I felt that one was a bit technical.
The mountain will vote for Ruto, period. I mean, the mountain has always shown that there is no way you're going to convince me the way things are going, especially leaders being both left and right. And now the assault has started from Nyanza, but it's going to target the mountains. You know, you're belittling Ruto. Ruto is somebody who has a masterclass in terms of how he plays what we call scarecrow politics. And you have to remember, we are of a south state. Like we don't have our own allegiance yet as sovereignty. Now, if you look at where you started from, if you think, unajua, I think we underestimate Ruto, and we think everything is working per how other elections worked before. We are not seeing the seriousness of the changes Ruto has drastically come in within 3 years that no president ever was able to do. I think he's a monarch right now as we sit. And the question that sits is now that he knows that the only way to stop us, because the issue of buying politicians has not stopped us. And now we are seeing the last assault and nobody's bothered. Once Tuju property goes successfully, any Kikuyu who has been bankrolling the opposition, their properties are going to go. All of them, regardless of what they do. And hakuna kitu mbaya within the Kikuyu community kama uchukue pesa yake. Unaweza uwa watoto, unaweza chukua bibi, unaweza fanya kila kitu, but ukiguza pesa yake, hiyo ndio usiguze mlima kwao, especially ya Kikuyu man. And for me, if we don't have money, how are we going to campaign? Anybody who has the money to help us and bankroll our campaign understands the repercussions. If you saw how Tuju was crying today, you wouldn't know that Tuju was a powerful man, at some point. But today, I couldn't even recognize Tuju. So what I'm saying, I think Stone has been correct. He will always be correct. This issue of us always talking about numbers, talking about elections, talking about mobilization, I think must stop. Let people just know the only thing that can take Ruto out of there is bloodshed. The earlier the better. The fewer people will die, or the little bloodshed will be said. But I think the prophecy for Gachagua saying itakuwa kama Christmas, I think we are headed there without a doubt. Because unless we become like Tanzanians, well and good. But on numbers, on regions, on strength, on what? I think Ruto is all ahead of us. I think we underestimated the power of the sword. Not really we. I mean, the people who gave him, power, thought Ruto would be like Uhuru or Kibaki or like Moi. I think Ruto is Ruto is worse than Idi Amin.
So can you,
Okay,
Budi, would you also help me to understand why do you think Ruto is powerful and you think he might outsmart the opposition? I would like to also, you juxtapose your thinking to that. Where do you think?
No, he's not outsmarting. He's not outsmarting. You see, when I say we are a vassal state, is within ourselves, we've never built sovereignty, which means, now understand, I want you to, my school of thought is this. I think we have built a very corrupt society that anybody, and I want you to understand what I'm saying with all honesty so that you can agree with me on this. Anyone, including these two, including Matiang'i, including all these people we are putting faith in, anybody who has ascended to a state of power has been assisted by massive corruption. Okay? Given that fact, and somebody's already having the judiciary, it looks like this judiciary, look at what is happening with Tuju's case. You sit down, you may think that it's just a subtle case of an individual who obviously persecuted Ruto in Jubilee, and that is why Oscar Sudi is being used. But no, that pattern now is going to create and a scarecrow for other people who know very well for years they've built what they have today because of the massive corruptions. And unfortunately, one of the key things I said that Baba did that was good to Mwananchi but wrong for the country is to choose Martha Karua. Because when she chose Martha Karua, and also she chose her to be constitutional affair dealing with corruption, saying aachie uko mahali alikuwa ameachia. Let me tell you, the privileged minority, which are the people who are up there. Now, you saw how they started. Njiru, you have started again. You see, you can't talk to the studio alone.
I'm listening. Budi, you are just joking. That's why nimeweka camera hapa. Mimi sijaenda. Anyway, I think Budi has decided just to get hungry and it's okay. I was just here. I was listening.